Hi, Alina. I'm trying to look which are the books. What are the books you are proposing us to read? There are 6 of them, but the titles are so small I cannot read. Is it semiotics? Hi, Leo. I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Where are you situated?
I'm situated on Amalfi Coast. Can you hear me?
Say it again.
I said I'm on the Amalfi Coast.
Oh, your voice is not coming very clearly. I wanted to ask your impressions from first 2 days.
Yeah, interesting. I didn't see all of it, but the parts I saw were interesting.
Leo, we cannot hear you very well.
Yeah,
your microphone settings before your presentation this evening?
Yeah, your connection is not so good. It seems yeah, your voice comes not very well.
Right. I'll just try one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a microphone here on the computer. Is that any better?
Not really.
No. Okay. So, Ludmila, how are you? Could
I'm good. Yeah, I'm very glad for the moment. Everything seems that the conference is having a success. So I am very happy to start the very last day of the conference.
Mm-hmm. Could you have some rest meanwhile?
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
it's been a very nice experience.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the computer, you know.
Leo, I think it's a problem with both your internet connection and possibly your microphone.
Leo's internet connection is very bad, probably. Yeah, nothing to do. I hope you can at least hear us and what's going on.
Well, yes, so far so good. It's broken sometimes, the signal. But I mean, that's a connection and computer, and I think records are finding interesting. Also, how much information is being relayed.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but the sound is a very bad quality.
Leo, we can hear you, but it's very choppy, and so is your video. I think that there's two problems here. One of them is your internet connection. It might be a bit slow right now. And the other problem might be that your microphone is rubbing on your scarf. So make sure that the microphone is not touching any surface.
Right, the microphone's on this. It's like on this earphone, you know? So I just have to check. And I get the volume up, not down.
Leo, maybe you can try to enter conference again, once again, maybe change situation or use other device. I don't know.
By the way, everyone, we're streaming on YouTube and Periscope. So now the conference is live on our website through Twitter. Just so you know, we are having two different streams working on at the same time. It was a bit hard to get everything going, but now it's working properly. And I hope it's going to be stable throughout the conference. We'll see.
Thank you, Claudio.
Hello, Dorothy, how are you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. Hi, Ludmila.
Most people have a bookshelf. Yeah. most people have a bookshelf on their backgrounds. You have a pillow. It's very nice.
This is not a screensaver, it's a real background.
A real background, okay. You see, I have a bookshelf as my background. It's real bookshelf. it's a
Anton, nice to finally see you.
Yeah, hello. You see, this bookshelf tells that I'm a very smart person.
Hey, Tyler, you there?
Taylor's not here.
Oh, he is. He just put on the headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dorothy, Anton, which one of you two is going to present or talk, so that we know to whom we give the co-host function?
Dorothy, we cannot hear you.
We can't hear you.
Both of us will be doing simultaneously. Would that be okay? But I will be doing the screen sharing.
Okay.
Sounds good. Tyler, how are you doing?
Fine, and you?
I'm doing okay. Well, we didn't get to see each other here in Olmos, but maybe next year.
I hope in the summer. I do hope that the live gathering happens.
Yeah, I'm sure it will happen. We are reopening schools and everything here in the Czech Republic next week, so God knows how that will turn out, but yeah.
To say, I guess we have to assume that the vaccine will change the situation.
We'll see.
Yeah, tough to say.
Taylor, nice bookshelf, by the way.
Thank you.
Pauline, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. It was just to check your microphone.
Yeah, because I don't know what happened yesterday.
The important thing is that it works right now.
Yeah, I think that sometimes there is a conflict in my system. So if the microphone just went on, I just have to unplug everything, and normally it will work like yesterday. So even if we have a problem, normally I have a solution right now.
Great.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, Robert.
Hiya. Bonjour, dobrý deň. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Don, hello.
Hello, hello. Who's
Hi,
this?
Don.
It's me, Claudio.
There you are. Okay, I don't have a gallery view up yet. Let me see. Hey, everyone.
Gathering,
Hi.
gathering again, yeah.
This is it. It went fast.
Slowly getting close to the beginning. Only a couple minutes left.
Yeah. Tyler, you look like you're in a nightclub.
Yes, that's not an accident.
You're DJ Light.
Yes. Interesting. I wanted to emphasize or maximize
Good
the,
afternoon.
Yeah, you're going to be spinning some hardcore semiotics, I know.
yes, maximize the sublime technological aspect.
Excellent.
I still don't understand how this works though. Ah.
It's so dark here in the north that even in the daytime, say the natural light in my room now shows it's not so light.
Here's what it looks like here. I slept till 3 p.m. today. I'm completely jet lagged. If I was at a real conference, I wouldn't be this jet lagged. But I'm waking up now, so very good. Ah, Aran Gare is here. Welcome, Aran. Good to see you.
Hello, Aran.
You have to
yeah.
unmute yourself if you want to
There he
speak.
is.
Old type professor. Old type Professor Aran with many books.
Yeah.
Right.
If we need a reference, you could look it up quick for us. What time is it there for you now? Is it 11, 10?
11, yeah.
I guess you and Marito will be with us for a little while. You watch the rest on the video.
Yeah.
I will be fading in about an hour to 90 minutes.
You watch the rest on the YouTube tomorrow.
I will, yes.
Anybody else new
So I
today?
think it's about time to start.
Can we start?
I think so. I think it's about time for us to start. Welcome back, everyone, to the third and final day of the Gatherings in Biosemiotics 2020. We're so happy to have had this experience with all of you, and we hope that this final day is also as productive as the previous 2 days. So welcome back, everyone. And today we'll have so many good presentations that I'm just really excited to see what everyone's gonna talk about. Today's first chair is Ludmila Latskova, who is also an organizer. So Ludmila, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claudia. So once again, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And I'm very happy to chair this first session of the final day of this conference. And Dorothy, DeWitt, and Anton Sukhoverkhov are going to open the day. So Dorothy, Anton, are you here with us?
Yeah, here.
Thank you. So the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Hey.
Hi, so I'm Dorothy, and I'm from Malaysia. And I'll be sharing my screen. Sorry, slides. I'm from Malaysia, okay, and with my colleague Anton from Krasnodar, Russia, we will be presenting learning and teaching from biosemiotic and evolutionary perspectives. I met Anton when I was at Macquarie University. We were both recipients of the Endeavour Fellowship Program. Although we were researching different aspects, different things, but we found that we had similar interests. So that's what got us going. So during our time at Macquarie University, Anton brought me to his university in Krasnodar, and we went in virtual reality. So I managed to explore his university, and I myself brought Anton to Malaysia, to University Malaya, and even to my house in Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so last year, I also visited Anton at Cuban State Agrarian University, and I traveled to Krasnodar via Moscow. I always wanted to see the Kremlin, the Red Square, okay, but I was traveling alone at that time, so I was a bit worried. So before I went for the trip, I went there in virtual reality. Okay, I took a 360 tour, okay, had a look around the place. And when I went there in real life, I knew my position. I could navigate well because I knew where the St. Basil's Cathedral was, the Kremlin, okay, and even that beautiful shopping mall that was at the Red Square. So virtual reality helped me to navigate well. And
Yes.
and that's why, yes, Anton.
As Dorothy said, she learned how to navigate by using virtual reality. So she worked with a representation of reality, and then she learned it from a real experience. And today we would like to share with you idea how we replace of reality with science of reality, and how we construct reality with science of reality, in cognition and in education. And first question, no, back, Dorothy, back. And first question that we will address, do we reflect objective reality or we symbolically construct it? Okay, next. So there are two approaches to reality. So direct realism believes that we have direct access to, immediate access to reality in form of physical affordances of our action and perception. And indirect or representational realism argues that our senses and thoughts mediate and represent reality in form of internal virtual reality. So we think that we should combine these two theories. Yes, we perceive virtual reality, but it is grounded in objective reality. So next. For example, Donald Hoffman, he believes that we don't have access to real world and all we see is virtual reality. He introduced theory of the interface theory of perception, and he thinks that our senses, our thoughts is like interface that we have with reality, and as in a smartphone or a computer, we interact only with interface and we don't know mechanics behind it. The same is about reality. All we see is kind of a virtual interface. Next. Many examples can be found in visual perception or acoustic perception. For example, these cubes are flat, but our brain creates three-dimensional images. Next. For example, this slide also shows the magic eye or stereogram. If you will look close at this picture a couple of minutes, you will see three-dimensional pins. Again, a picture itself does not show this image, but it will be created by your brain, and you will see these three-dimensional images. Next.
Laurel.
Okay, another example, it's an acoustic illusion that shows that our brain constructs reality, not reflected. For example, Dorothy will show you sound and you can hear. Some people perceive it as Yanni, some could hear Laurel. the younger you are, you more younger people hear more Yanni and Laura. Okay,
Laura.
one more time, Dorothy. Okay. So you can type in the chat, did you hear Yanni or Laurel? We can compare how many semioticians, how it different, how semiotician perceives this sound. Yeah.
Laurel.
And another example, this skirt. Some believe that it is blue and black, others that it's white and gold. I, for example, perceive it gold and blue. So kind of mixed perception. Okay, next. Our point is that our brain works similar as augmented reality and virtual reality, and we can find a semioticization of reality in both domains, in cognition and in virtual reality. For example, there is a such thing as augmented reality. It is an interactive experience of real-world environment enhanced by computer-generated perceptual information. However, dog also has this augmented reality. When dogs is searching for food or searching for partner, it augments reality with the meanings. It searches for clues in objective reality and gives them meanings that relates to their tasks. Ants, they also create augmented reality by adding pheromones to show their mates how to get to the source of food. In a social reality, we also create, for example, road signs as example of augmented reality, and it helps us to navigate in space. And nowadays we have apps that show you your road when you are traveling in the mountains, and it shows you names of the mountains and names of the buildings that surround you or describes these objects. Next. So Google Lens is another interesting example. For example, in this case, it turns dog into the token of particular type. In this image, it's a Labradoodle, and Google Lens recognizes it as an example of particular breed. So it's kind of semiotization by augmentation, computer generated. Okay, Dorothy?
I use this in education. Any object can be used as a trigger for information. In Malaysia, we use a lot of QR codes to link information to websites and so on. When we scan the QR code, we get more information and it gives us meaning. And I also use augmented reality in teaching. So like on posters, I put on certain trigger images, which students scan to get further information about certain things. So conventional signs and symbol can be used to trigger additional information to describe meaning. Thus, there is similarities between cognitive semiotization and computer-generated augmentation of reality. But what if reality itself is virtual? In a virtual reality app for a roller coaster ride, I use this a lot with my students. So I let them try on this app, and they are in a virtual roller coaster, right? Where they seem to feel the sensation of speed going downhill, the acceleration, and they get very excited, even though they are not moving. And I like to show you some of the reactions that I get when they are on the roller coaster ride. This was with a student in Cuban State Agrarian University. Okay, he was quite excited, and even a staff there, okay, Svetlana, you see her hands gripping in excitement, I guess, okay, on the roller coaster ride. And a Malaysian student, you can see she's even more affected by the roller coaster ride. Okay, so is that reality?
So the same we can find in nature. In nature, some animals doesn't detect difference between symbolic reality and real reality. In Australia, two scientists from Australia and Canada. They received a Nobel Prize in 2011 for studies of Australian jewel beetle. This beetle was threatened with extinction because the male beetles tried to copulate with a bottle with the beer bottles instead of females. It happened because this bottle looked and had a shape and color of female partner, and that's why they have a misrepresentation of reality. Next. So this beetle is quite silly because it could copulate with orange peel too. And we have many other examples when virtual reality is taken for, or symbolic reality is taken for real. For example, orchids, they could deceive bees and wasps. They emulate color and shape and smell of the female partners, and they deceive these insects and use them for pollination. So they can discriminate what is real, what is symbolic. Okay. And in classical conditioning, we also could see that animals could react on conventional signals as on real object or real threat. In this video, you can hear that man say coronavirus and chicken reacts as if it's a fear, is the object of fear.
Coronavirus! 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 Coronavirus!
So this chicken ran away with fear because they heard about coronavirus. I'm not sure, do they know something or they were trained? But anyway, using computer technology, we can say that cognition to unknown for us degree is a process of creation, virtual and augmented reality. And learning reality can be considered as an augmentation reality with meanings and science. And we can utilize this ability in education too.
In the application of virtual reality and augmented reality for the creation of developmental niches and semiotic scaffolding in education, we believe that it can be used. I could bring you to Kuala Lumpur to see the famous Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur and experience our multicultural environment in the country. We have different races in Malaysia, and I'll give you some examples so that you can see the rich culture in Malaysia. We can visit Batu Caves. This is the largest Hindu temple in Malaysia, and virtual reality creates a developmental niche for us so that it shows us how to act and how to behave in a culture. Next, I'll show you a Malay restaurant. Okay, in this scene, you can see the delicious spicy food that the Malays like to eat. Okay, and in the Malay culture, when you eat with your hands. However, you can't use both hands when eating. You should only use your right hand to put food into the mouth. Okay, so there's some culture involved. So this developmental niche in virtual reality, we recognize the meaning of objects and the behavior of people in different cultures and some semiotic scaffolding, and we learn how to behave. Next, I'll bring you to a Chinese restaurant. There's more detailed semiotic scaffolding here in virtual reality, where we augment on signs and symbols in the culture using overlays that you can see here. And we can elaborate more on what are the meanings, okay, such as the traditional Chinese lantern here, or the dragon symbol, okay, significance of porcelain, of the chrysanthemum, okay, all these are layered on. So virtual reality can create a kind of developmental niche, okay, and enable us, like in this Chinese medicine shop, to reconstruct social realities based on computer accumulated knowledge, where we learn more about the herbs in a Chinese herbal shop. So in learning a culture, we have immersive learning experiences.
Dorothy, sorry for the interruption. Can you move to conclusions to leave some space for the questions?
Okay, where they create meaning in different cultures. So virtual reality has also been used in industry and business to training, such as in BMW and Volkswagen. And Anton will end it.
Yeah, and we would like to sum up with a philosophical question. So in University of Glasgow, they received a scholarship or grant for studies in the philosophy of virtual and augmented reality. And for example, they study how real is Pokemon Go. It is augmented reality character that is represented in a real world spatial location. You can find and interact with it. But however, Sherlock Holmes is also has a real world location. And you can find a picture of Sherlock Holmes, actors who play Sherlock Holmes. And problem is, are they real and how they are real? Okay, next. Taking into account that our cognition is also at some degree virtual, we still don't know how real is virtual reality and how virtual is real world. And we still waiting for detective who will detect the difference between real and virtual. That's it. We are waiting who will find the difference between symbol and reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, Dorothy, for a very nice presentation. We have time for 1 or 2 questions, so go ahead. There have been some discussion in the chat on the Yanni Laurel problem, so you can read what the people from here hear.
Okay, we will compare, yeah.
If there is one question from Yogi.
Hi, Dorothy and Anton, thank you so much for your presentation. I found to be really interesting and a nice way of connecting some of the things that we talk about here in biosemiotics with the sort of cutting edge research in augmented reality and beyond. I'm curious how you see this mapping on, especially with your last sort of open question about the realness of the virtual and the virtual of the real, how this maps on in a way to the Umgebung and Umwelt distinction from Jakob von Uexküll, right? And the idea of the Umgebung as this reality beyond our senses, that parts of it are picked up on by individual species. And it's sort of overlapping, but never complete. I wonder, how much this can, work together with this whole idea of, the virtualness of reality as being, inactive in the sense that every interpreter, AR is nothing unless there's somebody who's understanding the AR as AR, right, and making sense of it. So it's all it's all for sense making for a given agent. And also, pheromones, for example, they have no specific intrinsic essential quality, but it's the interaction between the object, the sign vehicle and the interpretant that make it have a certain effect on specific organisms. So how do you think we could apply these two sort of paradigms together?
Yeah, I think I should answer this question. Yeah, so it looks like Yogi, you propose process approach. Yeah, process approach to cognition. It's kind of 3E approach to cognition. Yeah, we just took a semiotic and we deleted the process part. Yeah, but talking about augmentation, I think that Roland Barthes' idea about connotation and meta language. Maybe you heard about this connotation and meta language. So we could describe in a different way. So reality could be symbolic by itself and be object of description or become a symbol of description. So we can term it both. Symbol can become object, signified, and symbol could be another signified for another meaning. It's difficult. So connotation, when you turn reality into the sign and turn it into the sign of something else. For example, smell is just smell, but you turn it into something outside of the smell, like a road. But you also could turn sign as into the object and describe it in more general terms, like this is the sign or something else. So I agree that we need a process approach, but we have two sides. It's not just augmentation. It's kind of difficult semiotical loop. You can turn sign into the object and object into the sign. And the process of cognition is kind of construction, new layers of signs, new layers of meanings. It's kind of hierarchy of meanings and signs. I hope it's answer, but we don't touch this process approach. You know, cognition is not just science and meanings, it's a process. But how to describe this process, we don't include it in process, yeah, in presentation, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answer. There is one more question in the chat, so please address this question in the chat because we need to move forward to the next presentation. Thank you once more. And the next speaker is Caterina Squillace from the University of Krakow, Poland. Caterina.
Good afternoon. Yes, I will just switch on the screen sharing in a moment. Okay. Oh, okay. Presentation.
No, not yet.
Yes.
Now, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon again. My name is Caterina Squillace. I'm a linguist. I'm interested in textology as a study of the production of text and as text typology. And I'm also interested in the meaning making, meaning interpretation, and meaning recodification process in translation, especially in intersemiotic translation, requiring transformation of unimodal text, let's say, for example, a novel, into a multimodal text, for example, a movie, an opera, a ballet. This is my second gathering. My first one was the one held in Berkeley in 2018. And I will start now. At a certain point, I will have to change my screen because we are going to see a short excerpt of a movie, okay? Let's start now. First of all, okay. Okay. So first of all, I would like to just briefly mention what's the idea of translation and semiosis that I'm taking into consideration for my research. as we can read in this first slide, considering what Victoria Welby defined as translation, it is a method of interpretation and understanding. And meaning is generated in the relation among signs from a significant perspective. Theory of translation and theory of signs and meaning are so interconnected. And in another passage, translation is therefore no less than a condition for understanding and interpretation of signifying behavior generally. I'm here quoting Petrilli's book devoted to Victoria Welby work. Stacconi, referring to Peircean theory of signs, argues that translation is a sign action, not a transfer or a carry across, and instead saying is paving the ground for the investigation of the adaptive transformations undergone by a text as it moves from the verbal to the multimodal or intersemiotic. When it comes to intersemiotic translation, I'm quoting here among many other scholars, Gourlay, who just states that intersemiotic translation is a subversion of verbal language. And another interesting definition is the one provided by Henrik Gottlieb, who considers it as an adaptational translation involving nonverbal elements, while the target text is super semiotic, that is, its meaning is conveyed through more than two channels. When it comes to multimodal text, again, it's just I'm providing just some examples when it comes to definition and consideration in when it comes to this terminology. So according to Günter Kress, multimodality looks behind language and examines those multiple modes of communication and meaning making. On the other side, again, Henrik Gottlieb is that multimodal texts are polysemiotics that synthesize several coded messages. All of them produce meaning concurrently. So in such text, the structure seems to be like a puzzle in which each piece conveys a part of the total message. And it's only when the puzzle pieces are put into place that we can receive all the information required to understand the message. And we perceive all these layers simultaneously. For this research, as I said, I focused my attention upon intersemiotic translation of a text, a novel, into a movie. So when it comes to movies, they include, as we know, a verbal and nonverbal, an audiovisual layer, and a strict and contemporary interaction cooperation among all the above mentioned elements are required in order to make the message fully understandable. Sight, hearing, and hearing play very important roles, and they are senses. So it appears clear that perception plays a relevant role in the meaning making and meaning interpretation process of multimodal texts. now, when it comes to cross-modality, which is another term appearing in the title of my presentation, as we know, cross-modal perception is perception involving interaction between at least two senses. Cross-modality is commonly defined as the ability to integrate information acquired through separate senses and can be referred also to synesthesia, which is the main topic of this presentation. And I would like to quote here von Hornbostel, who in 1927 wrote that what is essential in the senses perceptible is not that which separates the senses from one another, but that which unites them. This is a very important point. So now I'm sorry, because has anyone written something for me in the chat? All good? May I go on?
Yes, go on. This was for the previous presentation, I think.
Okay, sorry. So now I would like to provide the definition of the term synesthesia. And first of all, to provide a very short overview about the history of the term. This term synesthesia was used in 19th century to define a condition which was defined, as I said, by Francis Galton as synesthesia, a sensory stimulus presented through one modality spontaneously evoked a sensation experienced in an unrelated modality. According to its common definition, synesthesia is a sensation produced in one modality and applied to a different one. And in a very interesting work, Marx talks about unity of senses when it comes to synesthesia, as different senses often assist one another in the perception of objects and events. So first of all, synesthesia, the term synesthesia was used to regarding a condition, but it's also used in literature and poetry in particular, referring to an author's blending of human senses to describe an object. So it is considered also a rhetorical device. But I think it's very interesting the fact that synesthesia has an impact which has been proved as it has been proved by some studies. Among others, I chose today the study presented by Christine Costley and Simon Kirby, and published in 2013 in Oxford Handbook of Synesthesia. They consider it as a phenomenon strictly related to the origin of human language, specifically the proto-linguistic stage of its evolution, which they consider rather iconic than arbitrary. So in this perspective, so even a vowel or a consonant have an associated meaning. For example, front vowels, high tone and voiceless consonants are connected to brightness, sharpness, freshness, thinness, pleasant smell, Sorry. While back vowels, low tone, long vowels, voiced consonants are rather related to largeness, fatness, unpleasant smell, lack of taste, awkwardness. So they provide evidence from natural language in the form of sound symbolism, distinguishing conventional sound symbolism from sensory sound symbolism. And this evidence supports the idea that we can directly express a variety of sensory experiences through linguistic sound, and those that language systems have the capacity to be iconic to a large extent. When it comes to neurology and neuroscience, synesthesia has it represents an important cortical function, as for example proved by Titovic in some works. I'm here quoting one of his works from 1989. He quotes on, an anecdote. Hans Lucas Tauber, who was a colleague of his, rolling his eyes upwards, said that he didn't mind discussing higher functions, as long as by higher one didn't mean extracranial. There is considerable evidence that synesthesia is perceptual and brain-based and not mind-based, as is the case of imagery.
Caterina, could you please speed up a bit and move to conclusions?
Yes. So what the problem I try to solve is the questions I try to answer to is if we can consider synesthesia as one of the structural elements of a multimodal text and an effective tool to be used to produce and understand meaning in intersemiotic translation. My thesis consists in this, what it's you can read in the slide, and that synesthesia represents not only a neurological phenomenon and a psychological peculiarity, a condition, a disorder, but first of all, a tool provided by nature in order to process sensorial perceptions and translate them into signs that are able to convey information about an object that otherwise could hardly transmitted and fully interpreted using a different code. And now, sorry. Oh. I'm sorry because my okay. I would like to show you now a short excerpt of the movie The Shining. We don't have time, of course, to analyze it and compare with Stephen King's novel, but I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, I can't go out from this screen and show you the other one at the moment, or come back to this screen again. I'm very sorry.
Maybe just try to give us a
okay. Yes. Now I was able. I will share again. I'm sorry. I would like to show you this little excerpt of the movie, and I would like to show you once with the sound. I mean, just one just with the image, one with the sound and images together. Okay, we don't have time to make a lot of experiments. So let me. I'm sorry, the internet connection must be very slow at the moment. It's
maybe you
not
can
this
share
scene I want to.
Yeah, you can share the.
Yeah, I provided the anyway. In I can go back. Yes, maybe it's better. I go back to the other presentation. I will go back to the presentation. There is the link. Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, Caterina, but we have to conclude. So please say some final words to conclude your presentation, and we have time for just one short question then.
Okay. Okay, you can have here the link to this scene. It's the scene when Danny, the little boy, goes and see the two little girls, the twins. Okay, that's. So I'm sorry, what is
Okay, now it's okay. So can we go directly to the questions?
Yes. I'm going to the findings. I'm sorry for these technical problems. I tried earlier and everything worked. So, in this scene and in general, when it comes to when we compare the original text with multimodal with an intersemiotic translation, we can see that the meaning, the final meaning, is composed by different layers. So there is the music that, especially in horror movies, plays a very important role, especially some instruments. Each of them expresses and conveys meanings. the images, of course, and the tone, the intonation, the tone of the voice, and of course the dialogue, which makes the scene really scary. Of course, in the original text, it's you can feel it's a scary situation, but the meaning is differently recreated in this intersemiotic translation, and I would say that some elements are more visible and clearly understandable, even if, for example, we don't know the language of the dialogues. Going straight to the conclusions, one of the peculiar characters of synesthesia is that being generated by our sensorial system, the meaning is it transmits. It's not exclusively or very strictly related to our linguistic or cultural knowledge and competencies. Our reaction and reception of the same sensorial stimulus may be different, rather because of our age, general knowledge, and so on and so forth. But the main perceptions will be very similar. And finishing, in this perspective, synesthesia seems to play a relevant role both in meaning making and meaning interpretation process. And studying its mechanism and the way it transforms sensorial perception into information can throw new light and explain the way meaning is built and understood in multimodal texts. It will be also a very useful tool to be used in intersemiotic translation, as it is able to convey in a different way some meanings that may be deeply rooted in a culture or not clearly understandable on a strictly verbal level. It is also helpful to produce those information that would be impossible or very difficult or complicated to be provided in a short time and exhaustive way to the addressee of a text. I have the references here. Of course, I can provide them. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for the technical problems.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we have no time left for questions, but there are already 2 or 3 questions in the chat. So please answer directly in the chat window, and we proceed to the next speaker. The final speaker of this session is Pauline Delahaye from the Sorbonne University in Paris. So Pauline, please take the stage.
Okay, is the mic working this time? So can you hear me normally?
Yes.
Or yeah, okay. So I am sharing the screen. Yep. And normally you should see the PowerPoint. Is everything all right?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Thank you for being there. I'm feeling very small today because after all this very interesting presentation, talking about great theoretical problem and philosophical problem, I am only thinking of a small case study. So I'm feeling very small myself, but it's okay because I'm talking about small creatures and it's good for a researcher to be close to a study subject. So this is a study I conducted from July to December in 2019. First, there were a survey, and then there were interviews with some people. It emerged with a difficult context in Paris with rats, because we had heat waves, we had planned urban works, and it created a lot of shock waves and vibration that disturb rats and disturb the nesting period, especially. And we had a lot of fluid, especially since 2016. And obviously, rats are living in the sewers and in the subway. And they came back at the surface, and it created a lot of problem of cohabitation with habitants, human habitants. So I think it was a good moment to study the interaction between two species in a context of sharing habits, because we live in the city, but these species are living there also, and it's their main habitation, to be honest. There were other difficulties with liminals. I will leave a reference about the term of liminal species in the last slide. There were other difficulties with cockroach, with crows, with seagulls. If you don't know, we have seagulls in Paris. It was not addressed by this study in particular because it will be another work per se. As you see in this graph, the larger part of the people, more than 60%, consider that cockroach and other are a nuisance or nuisable species, and only, I would say...
Excuse me, Pauline.
Yeah?
The graph slide is not showing. We're still only seeing your first slide.
The slide is not showing...
We're only seeing your first slide.
Oh, that's a big problem indeed. And you are still on the first slide right now?
Yes, title slide.
Okay, I will start the sharing again. I will see if... okay, I will try another thing. Maybe doing this. And with this, are you seeing...
Yes, that's it now. Context of the study.
Okay, so sorry. So you missed all of this. Sorry.
Well, we heard what you said. It was very nice.
So,
see the graph.
sorry about this. And so you didn't see the graph, but as you see on this, rats are the second species in terms of believed or field nuisance. The first one are, I will say, arthropod species, so it's a bit different. And you can see also the bar with 15% is mice. And you see that mice are only half as nuisable as rats in this graph. And it's an important point. I will talk about this. The goal of these studies was to compare perceived nuisance versus real nuisance versus believed nuisance. It was to show how the symbolic and emotional perception impact the perceived nuisances, how believed nuisances are in fact a construct, a lot of symbolic construct, and what are the real nuisances, and how do we have the semiotic part we can study and influence. Of course, there is a lot of issues in my study currently. First, there is probable confusions from the participant between rats and mice. That was what I talk about, the difference between the perceived nuances, because, well, it's important. As you can see in this graph, a third of the participants were not certain about their capacity to differences rats versus mice. And I didn't have time to conduct the meta-cognition evaluation because maybe in this 2/3, I think that they are completely able to make the difference between two. I don't know how much of them are in fact really able of that and how much are only thinking they are able of that. It should have been conducted in early 2020 and was not for obvious reasons. I also have a problem of what I call the pet influence, that are more positive and relevant opinion from people who already have rats as pets. And the issues in these studies is that it's that it's a non-appealing subject. So people who answered the survey were a bit more appealed by rats than the general population. So I had 13% of people subject to the pet influence in my participants, versus which is something about 5% of pet owner for rats in the general population only. I had few data about real nuisances in unusual sector, like the car and truck sector. That was the interview was for. And as it's not an appealing subject, I had a small sample, so it has all the bias of a small sample. On the outcome, I studied the emotional perception and the symbolic perception of this study. And it's interesting because in the blue part, you can see people who think that rats are the cause of nuisance, and they want this species to completely disappear of the city. And whereas in, for example, red, you can see people that also in the symbolic things that these species are a nuisance, but they feel empathy for them and they don't want that any harm are doing to them. So there were a difference between what the emotional perception of the species is and what the symbolic perception were. There were also a big difference between right and might difference perception. In the graph, you can see the blue bar, it's for dirty and carrier of disease. As you see, it's very, very high for rats and it's very, very low for mice. It's both wrong, to be honest. I don't have time for that, but the reputation of rat carrier of disease is completely usurped. You can see also a big difference between the yellow bar for rats and for mice. It's the aggression and the threat that the species represent. You can also see a difference in the pink bar, which is the intelligence. So people tend to think that rats are dangerous and they're dirty, but they are also more intelligent than mice. So there were a very difference between these two perceptions. And in this third graph, you can see the blue part, which is people who think of the rats more negative. The mouse, sorry. Whereas the contrary is the red part. So you see there is a big difference, and yellow and green part are seeing them equally, but not with the same kind of nuisances for general. So the outcome were, well, interesting. And that's why I think that it will interest you and why I'm there today. About the belief nuisances, that you can see the two main belief nuisances are in food sector. The first one is the restoration and the second is different kind of food store. Whereas in the interviews, I believe that, in fact, the more affected sector were truck and car sector and all the, I would say, library, bookshop, and everything with paper. Truck sector is the third bar with only 13%, and all the bookshop and other is the small bar with only 30%. So it's not at all the same of what people believe about these nuisances. The real nuisances are indeed material for the truck sector. For example, since a new European form, you have to use less plastic in a car motor. A lot of wire, which were in plastic, are now in bioplastic. This bioplastic are made with corn, and it attracts rodent, probably mice, because they are smaller. And they destroyed the motor of the car, and it's a very, very expensive nuisance. So there is a real problem there, but it was not at all the belief problem. And more of the real nuisances are psychological nuisances, and it's especially true in the food sector, because during the interviews, I interview a cook and I interview pub owners, and they told me that the real problem was not the problem it caused to the food per se or the installation per se and their infrastructure per se. It was the problem of the psychological impact on the customers. And so I was interested about the perceived nuisances, and here you can see three different situations of a same little problem I asked the participants. They had to rate their own behavior in a situation where they see a rat in different contexts. The first one up is a non-alimentary context, a bookshop, for example. The second is a semi-alimentary context, a pub, for example. And the last one is a restaurant. And you can see that there is a bar that never move, or very, very few. It's the central one, which is around 60%. And it's the I have to talk to the owners very discreetly to not create panic, but to inform them. So it's interesting to see that people are really aware of this psychological nuisance, but they are not really subject, in fact, to this. The four first responses that you can have are negative behavior, I will say, like to leave the place, or to finally don't buy it, anything. And the third, after the long bar, the long stable bar, are positive behavior, like feeling things cute, or stay, or buy like you thought you were buying. So what we can see, it's a paradox we have here, because, for example, the first bar is, I think that the place is dirty, or is full of disease. And you can see that this bar really grow as much as 30, more than 30% in the last situation, from only 9% in the first situation. And it's a kind of paradox, because rats are expected to be there when they're food. They are attracted by the smell, or by the food that is there. So it's quite a paradox to think that a place is dirtier if the presence of the rodent is more expected. Usually you can think it will be the opposite. If this rat has no reason to be there, that the place is dirtier than a restaurant, for example. So there is here a paradox in the perception of the nuisances. And I think it was really interesting to see that our own context, a context when we are eating, are making us feel like the place is dirtier by the presence of this species, even if it's a context when this species is more expected. About the details, I have two main details I had to include. The first was what I call the pet effect, and it was the deconstruction of the emotional perception. In my sample, the people who were subject to the pet effect, people who had rats, or people who were hoped to have rats in the few months or in few years, are less subject to the emotional negative perception. But it had no influence on what they believe about the nuisances. There are still, for example, people who have rats of their own and believe that the main nuisances are food nuisances in the restaurant or in the food store. So it had no impact on the perception of the nuisances, but it had impact on the emotional perception. For example, there were more people who had rats, and they who answered they were playful and they were intelligent than to answer that they were aggressive, for example. And the second effect is what in my really French culture, because, well, you know me right now, is what I call the ratatouille effect. Okay, because I had a problem in my stat at some point. What you see in the red section, which is the repartition of the participant by age, I had a problem with this section because they were much more positive, emotionally speaking, about rats. But they were not subject to the pet effect. The people who had rats as pets were mostly in the yellow section. And then I realized that this section were in fact the people who were between 3 and 12 years old when the movie Ratatouille were out. And I quite strongly believe, I saw this in the interview, that at this point, a public influence, like a pop culture influence, had an influence of their emotional construction and then symbolic construction of this species. Because in this movie, it's seen as a very positive species, even in a kitchen. And during the interview, and it will be my last point, during the interview at some point, one of the pub owner told me that once she was cleaning the pub and she had her nephew with her. And at some point she was cleaning and carrying heavy stuff, and accidentally she stepped on a mouse. The mouse screamed, that's she, and she obviously she just jumped and see if the mouse was okay. And her nephew, seeing the mouse not moving, say, "Oh God, auntie, you kill Ratatouille." And there seems to be a real impact of this movie on how this species is perceived. And I think that it's really interesting to see that the perception and the symbolic around a species is more and more a construction, a cultural and historical construction that really an experiences we have with this species. And obviously, there is other things that need to be done on this study. It wasn't done because of, well, a global pandemic and stuff like that. But more interview about this effect are still, I am hoping to do this study this year, are still schedules. The meta-connection part is schedules also. So, well, I'm sorry that it's only partial result for the moment, and I was hoping it will be ready for the Congress, but the world decide otherwise. So thank you for your attention. You can have few references, and I have 2 minutes left, so I have a small word about the journal, how Horst, or dear Horst, and I thank you them for that, are preparing a new issue of Linguistic Frontier, and I have the pleasure to be the invited editor for what is Semiotic special issues. So please feel free to send proposition. You can send to my email there, or to Camilla, who helped me with the coordination. And the deadline is at the end of December. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pauline. It was a beautiful presentation. And you have plenty of comments in the chat. People are describing their personal experience with rats and live with rats in different cities. Many people are applauding. We have time for just one short question. So please, there is one hand raised. Yagmur, can you please speak?
I am trying to keep up with the chat also. So.
Okay. Pauline, it was very, very nice, really. I just wanted to remind you of one thing. Did you think of considering the perceived difference and also, I mean, really operational difference between the native rat versus foreign rat? Because I remember, for example, a video about a city in India where, especially in a monastery, they were keeping these rats, and they were really fed and worshipped. And during the time of the plague, this was the only place not affected by the plague, because these rats were natural enemies of, I mean, they were protected their domain, so the infected rats from abroad would not come in. So did you consider making, maybe including something like this in your study?
Yeah, I think it will be interesting in maybe the suburban area more, because I think the population in Paris is quite stable. It's a big, big city. But in fact, I suppose that, and I don't know that, because maybe due to the plan work, we have population of some areas that have to move in other areas. and maybe they don't behave like the local population. So it will be interesting to see if, for example, the forced migration due to plan works in the suburb and in the sewer and other are creating more aggressive behavior or more territorial behavior sometimes. Yeah, it's interesting to see if we have population conflict, for example, completely.
I have heard something about such a differentiation in Turkey with regard to fleas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question and for the answer. If there are no more questions, we can have a break now. Let's have 9 minutes break. What do you think, Claudia?
Sounds good. Sounds good. We should probably have a break until 2:20 p.m. Central European time. So we'll be back in 9 minutes with the next session. And it's time for everyone to grab a cup of coffee or tea or whatever you want. See you all in a bit.
Thank you. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I think it's about time for us to start, and Timo Miran will be the host now, the chair of the session. So, Timo, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And welcome to the afternoon session, everybody. We have 3 very interesting talks, and we will continue in the same phase as earlier. So 15 minutes for a speaker and 5 minutes for questions and discussion. And the first speaker is Tyler Bennett from the University of Tartu, and he's going to do something very interesting, namely putting together Biosemiotic and Charles Peirce to understand better typology and evolution of science. Please, Tyler, floor is yours.
Thanks, Timo. And you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Well, thank you also to the hosts and for welcoming us into this digital facsimile of the Department of Linguistics, as I understand. And my presentation would indirectly address also the question that some might pose coming to a gathering in biosemiotics, which would be why is it in the Department of Linguistics? And we know, and so would most coming to this, that semiotics originated in the study of linguistics, but nevertheless, biosemiotics self-description often is to distance itself from this structural linguistics, general linguistics, structural semiology. And so, as Timo mentioned, this union of Peirce and Hjelmslev, which is my sharing screen, this union of Peirce and Hjelmslev has to do, why would a biosemiotics gathering be held in the Department of Linguistics? You can see full screen. Okay.
It's not full screen, Tyler.
Oh, it's not full screen. One moment. Right.
That's it.
Yeah. So this Peirce-Hjelmslev hybrid is only made possible by understanding how general linguistics is still relevant to biosemiotics. And in the interim of hashing out my presentation, decided to narrow it down a little bit. I want to talk about the relevance of general linguistics and second generation semiology for biosemiotics, because this is the basis of the Peirce-Hjelmslev hybrid, and taxonomy and composition are relevant to this hybrid. But I'll return to taxonomy and composition at the end of the presentation. Because, as you know, Hjelmslev was a linguist, not a biologist, and it is on the basis of Hjelmslev's glossomatics that second generation semiology is founded. And it is this specific extended notion of general linguistics from Hjelmslev that second generation semiology sort of gets its definition, I suppose. But understanding this extension, understanding what makes second generation semiology what it is, depends on answering a very specific question. That is, what is the concrete object of linguistics? Integral and concrete object of linguistics. And it was Emile Benveniste, another linguist, who posed this question in The Semiology of Language. And his answer to this question was to say that the general, integral, and concrete object of linguistics is, of course, more narrow than the concrete object of semiology, right? Semiology is broader. Semiology includes modalities beyond language. and thus the concrete object of semiology is broader than the concrete object of linguistics. And in this, he repeats what Saussure himself said, when Saussure reminded us that linguistics is only one branch of this general science. Again, the point that Saussure was making, and Jacobson repeats this point, Sebiak repeats this point afterwards, and Benveniste repeats this point, that linguistics is only one branch of the general science of semiology, to emphasize the multimodal character of semiology, that this matrix of meaning is broader than just language, that it cannot be reduced to language. Yes, so they were already emphasizing this. And the obverse of this is to, and this is then the common interpretation, the obverse of this claim would be to say that rather that semiology is part of linguistics, right? So people would read this to mean something anthropocentric. If we were to reverse this claim from Saussure and from Benveniste, we were to reverse it and say semiology is part of linguistics, people would take this to mean that it is logocentric in the naive sense, or anthropocentric, or would want to maintain that verbal language is the privileged domain of semiosis, or the only domain that matters for sign use, right? And so what I'm saying now is that this is a mistake, actually. And then in understanding what the relevance is for second generation semiology, we need to understand that to say the reverse, actually, to say that semiology is a part of linguistics is not anthropocentric nor logocentric, and that this is the key, actually, to sort of recuperating second generation semiology for biosemiotics, which has a number of upshots. And of course, I'm not the one who reversed this. It was, of course, Barth who reversed what Saussure said. And Derrida endorsed it, and he called it the Barthian reversal. When Barth took Saussure's original statement and said, and inverted Saussure's declaration, and said instead, he said, linguistics is not a part of semiology, but semiology is a part of linguistics. And Derrida emphasized this, and he meant something very specific. And it's not what it seems. And so again, I'm going to emphasize that when people read this from Barth, the commonplace interpretation is that Barth was being logocentric, right? Barth was being anthropocentric. Barth only cares about language. Barth doesn't care about animals, right? This is the reading of Barth. And I mean, in the first place, like anyone who's read Barth, like knows that this is ridiculous. Of course, this is not what Barth meant. Barth was definitely interested in non-linguistic communication, as we know. And he was positing something different, and he was being polemic at the same time when he claimed this. That rather, semiology is a part of linguistics. But what is being said here is that what is meant by linguistics is something different. And what the concrete object of linguistics is, in this broader sense, is something different, right? It is not simply a particular language, and nor is it the sum total of all spoken verbal languages, but it's something else, something broader, something more general. This is the actual concrete object of linguistics, and it is this integral and concrete object which is the common object between structural semiology and biosemiotics, which affords us certain specific textual methodologies that I'll return to later, but which are out of fashion now, because what's fashionable is to point at structural semiology, to point at Derrida, Barth, and Eco and say they were anthropocentric, they were logocentric, they don't care about animals, really. And these statements, these, as if they amounted to some kind of statement about the capacity or incapacity for animals to use science. It has nothing to do with that, okay? But it's fashionable to say that it does, because people want to disavow structural semiology. And I would say, in the end, of course, the motivations for wanting to disavow structural semiology have nothing to do with anthropocentrism at all. They tend to be political, actually, in character. But that's a different topic. So this is a generalized, the concrete object of linguistics for second generation semiology is widely generalized. And when it's generalized to this wider frame, the regularities that appear in this general comparative linguistics are so abstract that they can indeed be applied to the entire semiosphere, or the entire profound articulatory matrix, as it may be called by others. but it takes certain additional procedures. It's not even enough to say that we're comparing all languages that exist. And these additional procedures require Derrida, because such a language as we're talking about now is obviously not quite that of the linguist, traditional linguist, obviously. So this greater generalization to achieve the integral and concrete object of this linguistics of second generation semiology requires something additional, and it was this at this point that we do indeed require Derrida, specifically his work of grammatology. Yes, and it is only if you're willing to follow the line of argument to this extent that you can understand the relevance of second generation semiology or structuralism for biosemiotics. But it's worthwhile because again, it affords a very concrete, a very specific textual methodology, which I'll return to again. So as Derrida tells us in grammatology, linguistics is not general as long as it defines its outside and its inside in terms of determined linguistic models. So we shall not pause long on what Derrida exactly means by determined linguistic models, beyond the fact that for Saussure and for Benveniste and for Barthes, the signifier is not the phonological substance, which is a very important formulation, and we should not dwell too long upon it. But so also the concrete object of linguistics is neither a specific language, nor is it the sum total, but it's something else that's displaced slightly further. And what Derrida wants to tell us is that Saussure remains logocentric in the real sense of the word, because Saussure's model of semiology relies solely upon phonological alphabetic language, right? And so what Saussure advises, what Derrida advises in grammatology, in order to generalize the concrete object of linguistics to the extent that the regularities we find within its analysis can apply to the entire semiosphere, what he said is that what we need to do is to draw in non-phonological language, that is to draw in, for example, ideogrammatic languages, such as Chinese. So if you read into Derrida and you try to understand what that would do to the linguistic analysis, to break it from the phonological model and to include the ideogrammatic, the way it abstracts the terms of the analysis. Many of the terms are no longer relevant in traditional terms of linguistics, but terms such as lang and parole are still relevant. So here we arrive at Hjelmslev, because what Derrida recommends for pursuing this analysis and developing a terminological system for its generalized analysis is he points to Hjelmslev and he said, well, Hjelmslev didn't have in mind exactly what I had in mind, but when Hjelmslev divides the sign into form and substance, it's when he stratifies the sign, and he repeats what Saussure said when Saussure said the signifier is not the phonological substance. Well, Hjelmslev is on the right track here, because now we see that what language is abstract, is generalized to the extent that Derrida needed to go, but Derrida wanted to take it a step further. But so you see why I choose Hjelmslev in my Peirce-Hjelmslev hybrid, why I choose Hjelmslev is because it's Hjelmslev that was pointed to by Derrida and Barthes when they wanted to tell us just what is the integral and concrete object of linguistics. So as I said, not all the classic terms of linguistic analysis are applicable to this semiosphere or profound articulatory matrix, but lang and parole are, and several others, but for example, not double articulation, at least according to Eco, because Eco is on the same page, and Eco has suffered no less slander on the part of the new turn in semiotics for being anthropocentric, for being logocentric, for not being applicable to biosemiotics, for being a culturalist, etc. It's a lot of nonsense, because if you look even at his earliest work, at a theory of semiotics, already he makes it very clear that double articulation, for example, is not the criteria of semiosis, that there are other systems of sign which are not determined by double articulation. As you can see here, this quote is from A Theory of Semiotics, the early work. And this quote, actually, interestingly, when he says that there are other kinds of articulation to determine sign systems, actually, this is based on Louis Pareto, just so you know. But upon the basis of this analysis, he concludes that there is indeed some great semiotic matrix or rather a profound articulatory matrix, which is indicated by this comparative analysis.
Tyler, please
Yes.
reach to the conclusion.
Yeah, I'm very close. Thank you. So Lang and Perot are one such opposition, which we can derive from this profound articulatory matrix. Token and type, for example, doesn't necessarily derive from linguistics, maybe language, but it's another such abstraction from human, typically understood as human science systems, but which we can apply indeed to others. But what are some others? What are some others that come to mind? I would say, for example, and this is where we make the bridge between second generation semiology and biosemiotics. What is another one? What about predicate structure? The proposition, and this is where it's Sternfeld now. And when Sternfeld talks about the DC sign, Peirce's DC sign, he explains how subject and predicate can be mapped to index and icon, and thus we have a proto-proposition that exists in semiotic systems that pre-exist language, that come before language, but nevertheless the vocabulary of description comes from linguistics. He wants to explain it as if it were some other case, but nevertheless, if we do this and we extend, if we can understand structural semiology and biosemiotics in the same movement, we can read Sternfeld's book as the very same kind of structural semiology from which these earlier typologies derive. And I'll conclude now. This is a major difference. So of course, so let's say that structural semiology or second generation semiology and biosemiotics have the same concrete object of interest, which is this profound articulatory matrix. Nevertheless, big differences obtained between the two. And one of which, of course, is the describability of this matrix. Whereas in biosemiotics, it's, in some cases, it seems to be the case that a naive orientation to the object has taken naively realist orientation to the object, in which we can talk about non-linguistic meaning and simply point to it and act as if we've got a hold of it. Whereas in second generation semiology, it's much different, and they say it's much more problematic trying to get a hold of this. Their preoccupation is strictly with texts, because in their opinion, the only way to get at non-linguistic meaning is to create distortions and point out discontinuities within the text. And if we look at all the presentations so far, and if we look at all the great works of biosemiotics, they are also merely dealing with texts. And so the special textual procedures that are advised by second generation semiology, deconstruction, decentering, etc., are not logocentric in this sense. They merely take the problem of apprehending non-linguistic meaning more seriously. And what I'm saying now is that not only could biosemiotics benefit from adopting some of these textual strategies, but also you can already read many of the best biosemiotics works as second generation semiology in this way. For example, diagrammatology can be read in this way. I'll conclude.
Thank you, Tyler. We have time for one question, please, anybody.
May I?
Yes, please, Ludmila.
Actually, I don't have a question. I just wanted to congratulate Tyler. As you know, I'm a big fan of your research because besides you, Umberto Eco, and some people from Bologna, I don't know anyone else doing this great adventure to putting together Peirce and Hjelmslev. So thank you for this, and I really enjoyed your presentation.
Oh, that's very flattering. Thanks, Ludmila.
Okay, Irina, would you have a question? Your microphone is off. Please turn in your microphone.
It looks like Don and Dan also have questions.
Okay.
Let's get Don in this. What about Don? Yeah.
Don, please.
Okay, Tyler, very, very interesting, especially towards the end when you start talking about the integration of second generation semiology to broaden and complexify, make more realistic the Peircean notion of the object. So I wonder if you could spend a few minutes, you talked about natural propositions. Do you want to talk a little bit how you see Terence Deacon's work in all of this?
Oh, absolutely. So there's a definite eclecticism to Deacon's work. The popular accusation against Deacon comes from Sternfeld, as we know. And as I mentioned at the end there, the difference between second generation semiology and biosemiotics is not that they have different objects of interest. They have the same, they have the common interest, which we can call this profound articulatory matrix. The difference is in its describability. And so Sternfeld accuses Deakin of applying a taxonomic approach to signs in which we take terms or sign types and we apply them to environmental entities, or we apply them to emotional affects and drives, for instance. And it is actually Sternfeld who says that this is an incorrect use of Peirce because sign types are all mixed up together. But another issue which this raises is that it's a somewhat romantic idea that we can merely point to non-linguistic meaning, label it, and thus somehow recuperate it or gain access to it or sort of get it out from under language merely by applying new linguistic labels. And so Sternfeld accuses Deakin of doing this. I argue in my work that the accusation itself from Sternfeld is somewhat unwarranted, not only because Deakin's application is not strictly taxonomic, but also because Sternfeld's own approach is sometimes taxonomic. But nevertheless, the point is indeed valid that any biosemiotics which takes this naively realist orientation to an object is pre-critical. It is merely pre-critical, and actually semiotics can be conceived entirely as a way of confronting this pre-critical realist orientation to the object, and the textual strategies advised by second generation semiology are precisely a means of dealing with this. But as far as taxonomy and composition, this is my way of parsing the argument between Deakin and Sternfeld as far as what is the proper approach to the description of the object.
Right, and you think Deakin's notion of absentia relations can at least point us in the direction towards those procedures?
Yes, constraints, and specifically on the substrate independent nature of constraints and the way he talks about the emergence of teleodynamics from morphodynamics in a non-reductive but still naturalistic way, I think, is a way of addressing the same problem second generation semiology was concerned with, but nevertheless still making use of empirical strategies, cognitive science, and natural science.
Thank you. It's a very important point that you are making. We have a few other questions, but please write your questions to the chat because we really need to continue with our speakers as well. And the next speaker is Michel Pienaar from the University of Free State, South Africa. And what he's going to do is also something very important, namely in the context of medicine. He's going to apply Peircean categories to put more light and emphasis on the empathy. So please, Michel, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my slideshow. Is that showing?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much. So let me begin by sort of clarifying some limitations here. So I'm a clinician in full-time practice, and I think probably anything that I say here, we would have to read through my position as a practitioner. So I'd set out in this paper to probably tie together clinical practice with Peircean semiotics and then sort of biological underpinnings of empathy. But I must confess that I have not finally done that. And when I received the document from my colleague, I ultimately decided to first develop my theoretical position. And I think what I've come to can still sort of deal with both representations of others in mirror neurons as well as animal examples of healthcare behavior. But let me move on from here. I just want to control my slideshow. Where is it? No. There we go. So I've drawn from two sources in this paper. The first is Soren Brier's cybersemiotic model of communication and evolutionary view on the threshold between semiosis and informational exchange. And then I've read that through Karin Barat's Meeting the Universe Halfway, Quantum Physics and the Entanglement of Matter and Meaning. So both of these are deeply complex texts. So if I've misinterpreted them in any way, I'm very open to being told so. So this is really the pervasive epistemological paradigm in clinical practice now, which is the so-called evidence-based medicine paradigm. So this is deeply seated in the positivistic scientific practice. And basically it claims that this is the practice of integrating individual clinical expertise with the best available external clinical evidence from systemic research. So as you can see, the randomized control trial really points to its ties to positivistic science as its main underpinning. But what is essentially absent in this model is the actual patient's experience of medicine. And that has really been a major criticism from a variety of philosophical fields when it comes to the evidence-based medicine paradigm. So the best established attempt to address the problematic absence of the patient as an entity with agency within biomedicine has been Engel's biopsychosocial model, and he builds on the general systems theory of von Tellenfie. And this basic model envisions that the patient exists within biological, psychological, and social systems. It doesn't really account for how those systems interact with one another. And the other difficulty is that the evidence-based medicine paradigm doesn't really provide us with guidance as to how biomedicine should move across those three levels. So the criticisms directed at medicine really remain fairly strongly drawn along the lines of the dualism between realist sciences and social constructivism. So the two worlds as what C.P. Snow refers to. So much of the work in my reading thus far has really sort of come to be in two firms. An attempt to reconcile the two within various frameworks, and then criticisms that cross this divide between realist science and social constructivism. But the fact remains that medicine and related concerns of health and healing tend to be seen as being necessarily affiliated with one of these two apparent dichotomous epistemologies. So there are a variety of biosemiotic approaches to medicine that have been proposed, and in this paper I used Brier's cybersemiotic model as an example predominantly. And these approaches have tended to emphasize the role of placebo, nocebo, mental states, and non-allopathic medicine as processes mediated by embodied meaning that are not really accounted for by the biomedical model. The claim that is made by many of them is that biosemiosis can sort of offer a resolution between the two worlds impasse that sort of characterizes the criticism. So in reading this literature, I was taken by how little these descriptions fitted my experience of medical practice. So the practitioner and practice of medicine is largely absent in this body. So we read about the experiences of patients, the mediation of healing through meaning, and the social world of patients, but medicine is seen largely in terms of biomedicine as the action of a techno-scientific epistemology on patients and their bodies. The practitioner remains essentially silent in this body of work. So this is how I came to the title of this paper, which was The Thirdness of Clinical Medicine, because I wish to ask how the practitioner and practice hold the worlds of technoscience, social science, phenomenology, and construction together in her meaning-making practices. So I propose an investigation of practice and practitioners may provide us with insight into what I would suggest is an onto-epistemological question rather than a purely epistemological one. So I do this by presenting the excerpts from a first-person narrative account that was provided to me by a colleague. And then I try to position these findings in terms of the agential realism of Karin Barat, as well or as a means by which cybersemiotics may be integrated within this approach without generating new cuts. So I asked my colleague to describe to me what it is like to be a doctor. And he provided me with a handwritten narrative that I'm going to show to you here. So the first quote the first part of the narrative is this quote, and I think he's paraphrasing Kierkegaard here. And in this quote, we can begin to see that there is a performative being and doing attached to practice. But the quote that follows is really the most powerful passage of the narrative, and it really provides the foundation for what I do going forward. So I'll read this out, and he says, I remember the smell of a 2-day-old baby, slightly sweet and peach-like, as I bent to examine her. The mixture of excitement and anxiety already familiar. I cared for her brother a few years back, and he barely survived after a severe infection. I recall the same smell the evening as I admitted him to intensive care, as well as his mother's face and tone of voice. No, 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 as I woke her to tell her the news. My recent study of metabolic diseases, the fact that my colleague consulted me about the unexplained acidosis, and the availability of appropriate tests led to a diagnosis not made in her brother, which changed her future. It did involve dietary restrictions and medication, but she finished secondary school and thrived. So to provide some context, a number of inborn errors of metabolism, which are rare genetic disorders of metabolism, have characteristic odors. So I'd asked myself through what kind of lens to interpret this particular part of the narrative, and there's certainly the presentation and interpretation of signs, but these interpretations are somewhat richer than purely the relationship between signs and symptoms of disease or recovery and their interpretant. To me, in this description, the physician appears to be interacting with meaningful aspects of reality in multiple ways. He's simultaneously describing phenomenology, clinical semiotics, subjective experiential, normative, and technoscientific or biological aspects within this narrative. And contrary to the notion that medical practice is biomedicine or is part of a social construction, the practitioner rather seems to be viewing different representations through one another. The technoscientific, semiotic, phenomenological, normative, and experiential appear to be read through one another. So how do these meaning-making processes really hang together coherently when they come from largely incommensurate epistemological positions then? So my answer to this is, in some sense, that they are held together by taking the position that medicine is, onto epistemologically, a discursive embodied practice rather than a theoretical epistemological position that is adopted. This description is not of a practice that divides the realist and constructed, but rather treats them both as materially important aspects of care that can be read through one another. So one view could be to see these as a group of sign games and language games, but these two categories are not separate, but rather seem to be read through each other by this practitioner. So he goes on to then say, having come from reasonably healthy stock of farmers, mine workers, and teachers, my experience of modern medicine was patchy to say the least. It ranged from the superstitious beliefs of my grandmothers to visits to homeopaths after allopathic medicine failed to fix my allergies. I remember my dread of tetanus, but most of all rabies as described in the book in our home library. Also the embarrassment of undressing in front of the school nurse who checked us for scoliosis. So this reference to health and healthcare experience of the writer seems to point to a historicity in his practice of medicine. This history includes his social history and ancestry, as well as his own experiences of healthcare, both in terms of his own body and different healthcare practices. Read together with the previous passage, there are suggestions of the physicality of this practice, both in terms of its action on other bodies, but also in the historicity of the body of the practitioner. So he then goes on, the seed was planted by a book, The Story of Saint Michel. Axel Munter was a diagnostician who made medicine seem exciting. So the engagement with language and literature, or language as part of medicine, as well as the ability to revisit and re-engage with the content of this literature based on other experiences or other literatures, seem an important practice or set of practices demonstrated here. It would also appear that aspects of growing practical experience over time are overlapped with growing intellectual experience through a variety of thought practices as far as I can see. The next series of quotes come from a section where he talks about the teaching of medicine. So he quotes Hippocrates, the art is long, but life is short. And he says, indeed, the apprenticeship is complex. Learning a whole new language, touching a dead and living body in ways not anticipated. The first mentors emerge, some acknowledge talent, some encourage, some set examples of inclusive humanity, strange to a young person from a conservative provincial hamlet. I don't want to read all of these for the sake of time. The last one I quite like. He says, teaching comes natural and is a way to influence the future. I start simplifying and talk about the 4 rules. Constant vigilance, not fitting the patient to the disease or vice versa, always going back to the patient to listen to their story and being aware that each child is part of a large and complex ecological system. Let's go back to that. So the passage provides us with some insight into the pedagogical practices that inform clinical practice. So the teaching of medical practice involves aspects of language, practical or procedural instruction, but then also emotional, semiotic, and even political tutelage seem to form part of this. The practice seems in this passage to involve formal teaching, informal mentorship, cultural practices of initiation, and a gradual accrual of individualized experience, all in a fashion that remains embodied and personal. The passage on teaching again demonstrates how biomedical, semiotic, and social practices are in practice not at odds with one another in the scope of clinical teaching. He then goes on to say, now I sometimes have the luxury of time, sitting in humiliation as families tell their stories. I watch them changing body posture as well as we probe their genetic background, already trying to gauge their reaction and ability to handle a difficult diagnosis. This process feels like crossing a stream with unexpected currents and debris around. This passage points
to reach to the conclusion. You're almost time.
Certainly, I'm almost at my conclusion. I can move to the conclusion. I think I should move to Breer. So within Breer's cybersemiotic model, he proposes 5 levels through which communication occurs, which is the primary chaotic level, a causal level of matter, the level of informational cybernetic systems and signals, the semiotic level belonging to living systems, and the level of conscious language systems. So this system, again, while encompassing the widely spread or encompassing this embodied practice that I describe, makes a number of cuts again between the different levels that encompass it. So the agential realism of Barat, to some extent, allows us to read medical practice through the cybersemiotic model in a way that resolves these barriers between the 5 levels. So this approach implies that when we describe phenomena, or it requires that when we describe phenomena, we must not only describe the phenomena, but also the material circumstances that bring those phenomena about. So Barat claims that, or it sort of eschews representationalism, and she says a phenomena represents a relationality between specific material reconfigurings of the world through which boundaries, properties, and meanings are differentially enacted. And Barat suggests that phenomena can be seen as differential patterns of mattering brought about by these differential apparatuses of bodily production. So with the same difficulty, so I just want to show the quote because it makes the picture make sense. So the writer says, trying to make a diagnosis activates 2 images. A recurrent dream of standing on a parapet before a crowd, trying to get a whale to jump through a hoop I'm holding. And the second one of standing on the wall of my grandfather's dam, built by his hand high in the Highveld Mountains. I retrieve my file line to the rhythm of the pit my fro, which is a bird, and feel the tugging and weight of a trout taking the fly. So to come to a formulation is a lot like trying to get a whale to jump through a hoop here. And I think I've left a few things unsaid because I haven't managed my time so well. But basically, if I was to create a final formulation from what I've said, is that medicine can be seen as a set of complex material discursive practices of embodied agents and matter, including patients, practitioners, social structures, biological systems, and non-human organisms, physicochemical processes, and information. These practices are not undertaken discretely, but are diffracted through one another, generating complex webs of phenomena related to the body and its well-being. These practices include, but are not limited to, sign games and language games. So I'd like to thank my colleague who gave me this narrative, and I mostly selected him because he writes beautifully and he's an extremely interesting person. But he really has helped me very much with this, and I think the text in of itself is just a wonderful thing. So if anything, I showed you some nice text.
Thank you very, very much for this synthesis. I mean, it's very important to put together medicine and biosemiotics, because actually at the beginning of biosemiotics in the works of Ture von Uexküll, there was this connection very much present. So thank you. We have time for a few questions.
There's a lot of questions in the chat if you want to read some of them. Victoria,
Okay.
Yogi have some. Ali.
Ali is asking, how can you define health for a biosemiotic perspective? Perhaps this could be interesting.
So I think because I now take the position that phenomena are brought about by the material circumstances by which they are observed, I think health is most likely not one thing, and there are a wide body of literature that sort of take various approaches to redefining health. So I must say that my position would be that health is very much defined by who's talking about it or thinking about it. So in children, for example, the ability to develop and progress through life is a very important aspect that we consider. So we can't really see health in the absence of our attachment to development. But in other people, it may take on other forms. So I don't think I can give you a hard answer because I think it's very contextual.
Okay, thank you. Victoria asks about the movement towards telemedicine and artificial intelligent diagnosis, which is especially present in current situation with COVID-19. So what are your feelings about this direction, where actually this doctor or a diagnostic person is put aside in the sense?
So from my experience, I think it obviously serves a very practical time in goal or end in the times where people cannot move around freely. I just think that there are aspects of medicine that are carried over in presence and in physical interaction that are hard to do away with. I think artificial intelligence will never replace the full scope of medicine and what medicine means. I think if you would have to turn around and take a hard affiliation to a techno-scientific belief as to what medicine is to claim that artificial intelligence as it exists now could replace that meaning-based aspect of medicine. Unless computers basically became the same as human entities, but people in healthcare are looking for human meaning. They want to be touched, they want to be together, and sometimes medicine, in my experience, is also just sitting there. So sometimes your job is really just to be witness and to be present is a part of medicine, and I don't know to what extent computers are able to do that. I do work with artificial intelligence in other research, but in those researches we use it to classify things, and in applications of AI to medicine, they really are just classifying devices, and I think medicine is much deeper than a process of classification.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There are some other interesting comments and questions in the chat that you maybe want to look and reply. But now we can move to the last talk of today's session, and this will be about aesthetics. So next speaker is Camilla Robuschi from the University of Trento, Italy. And the topic is possibility to provide a kind of biosemiotic understanding of art and aesthetics. Camilla, are you with us?
Yeah, thank you, Timo Miran, for the presentation, and thank you also to all the organizer of these gatherings. That is my first gathering as a participant and not just in the audience. So I have nothing to share, no slides. I just talk, and my presentation aims to explore how biosemiotics can contribute to formulate a new and more inclusive definition of aesthetics and its goals. Specifically, the current trend is to consider aesthetic, or the object of aesthetics field of studies, exclusively related to one of its possible products, the work of art. It is precisely this limiting idea of aesthetics I would like to move away from. The hypothesis that I want to convey is rather that the aesthetic behavior does not correspond exactly to the work of art, while the work of art is to be considered just one of the possible results of aesthetic. In order to move away from the idea of an art-centered and static definition of aesthetic, we have first of all to consider the aesthetic behavior as a modeling system, or a behavior that entails an active modeling of some kind of a surrounding. I would be precisely on this topic that biosemiotic can help us in the analysis, which must be conducted with the tool of a modeling system theory by Thomas Seebock and Marcel Danesi. Seebock and Danesi were not the first to propose a modeling system that could also include aesthetic. Some attempts in this direction were led by pioneers of semiotics, such as Yuri Lotman and Charles Morris. The idea on which the two authors base their modeling theory is that since semiotics suppose that human beings move in a meaningful world that they actively interpret, and where, thanks to that interpretative act, they build models, it follows that aesthetic is a type of modeling system too. This concept is further analyzed by Lotman in his 1976 article, The Place of Art Among Other Modeling Systems, published in the journal Science System Studies. In summary, here Lotman claims that the aesthetics discipline must go in the direction of a science of aesthetic perception, where the works of art are the products of that perception. Accordingly, the study of aesthetic must focus not on the works of art, but on the modeling activity that precedes them. Lotman concludes that aesthetics modeling, differently from other modeling systems, has the characteristic of being a very important tool in allowing an economical storage of complex information. Also for Morris, the object of study is not the work of art, but rather the identification of those behaviors that make the aesthetic sign possible. In particular, Morris, in his 1939 article, Aesthetics and the Theory of Science, published in the Journal of Unified Science, claims that aesthetic perception differs from other types of perception because it's based on a spatial concordance between sign, vehicle, and value properties, where a value is everything we consider worthy of interest, so that the human being is induced to action for the purpose of satisfaction. In addition to the value property, the aesthetic sign stands out from the others because it is at the same time iconic. That is, it contains the sign vehicle among its denotata. This means that the aesthetic sign is marked by a particular attractive force inherent in the value it expresses. In short, what Morris claims is that the aesthetic sign is particularly important for the modeling of the surrounding because it is not only instrumental, but also satisfying. Lotman and Morris' theories provide us of an excellent starting point for the analysis of aesthetic as a modeling system, but they lack homogeneity and systematicity. The most critical aspect lies in the fact that the two semioticians consider only the modeling system that affect the human being, which can, however, be traced back to the work of art or more in generally to symbolic systems. In order not to clinging on to the mere symbolic dimension of aesthetic, I believe worthwhile to adopt the tools provided by biosemiotics, which extends the semiosis to the entire living world. Of particular interest in this context is the modeling system theory by Seebock and Denizhan, through which they described the three, and not the two as in Lotman, main modeling system along the lines of Charles Sanders Peirce's Firstness, Secondness, and Thirdness. In the light of the theory of Seebock and Denizhan, we must therefore ask ourselves where to place the aesthetic modeling. So, go step by step. As presented by Seebock and Denizhan, the primary modeling system, I quote from the Forms of Meaning, can be characterized as the modeling system that allows organism to simulate something in a specific way. The system here described can be generically defined as iconic because it consists of the ability to grasp some differences within the Umwelt and then synthesize them through similarity. This first way to modeling the surrounding concerns all living beings. So, what does the primary modeling system have to do with the aesthetic one? First of all, we can notice that, as we have seen before, in Morris, the iconic plays a fundamental role for aesthetic perception, and the same can be said for Lotman, that in the place of art among other modeling systems states that, and I quote, only a type of science, iconical science, can be equated to models, and then that works of art are constructed by the principle of iconical science. Detaching now from Morris and Lotman, we have observed before that the first modeling system, characteristically iconic, allows all the living being to grasp the differences and similarity in the surrounding. Actually, such a grasp of differences had already been theorized by Gregory Bateson in his information theory when in Steps to an Ecology of Mind claims that, and I quote, a bit of information is definable as a difference which make a difference. With this very well-known sentence, the Bateson's theory seems to support the idea that the primary modeling system serves as the foundation to all others. Now, in order to take a step forward in our aesthetic theory, it is useful to refer to the book Mind and Nature, where Bateson informs us that it's precisely the aesthetic behavior that make all the living beings to connect the otherwise disconnected bits of information. In the creation of a connective structure, the aesthetic behavior has indeed a fundamental role, since it is, and I quote from Batson, responsive to the pattern which connects. Similarly to Batson, Seebock, in his essay Prefigurements of Art, published in Semiotics in 1979, attributes the origin of aesthetic behavior to the grasp of differences and similarities. Taking inspiration from Gerard Malet Hopkins' Poetics and the theories of the neuropsychologist Nicholas Humphrey, Seebock claims that grasping of what he defines likeness tempered by irregularity or difference is the basis of aesthetic behavior. As we can see, even for Seebock, aesthetic is not something irrelevant or unimportant, but rather a real tool for survival that allows, through that grasping of similarity and differences, the classification of surrounding. That is, as in Batson, it allows to connect elements otherwise isolated and disconnected. The other important point in Seebock's essay is that aesthetic behavior is not only circumscribed to the verbal dimension, but it also includes the non-verbal dimension. It follows, therefore, that aesthetic behavior in its most original form characterizes all living beings. The fact that non-human animals are involved in the aesthetic process doesn't mean that they are able to paint the Venus of Urbino by Tiziano. In doing so, we would be guilty of anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism. Instead, what we want to show here is the phylogenetic homology between human aesthetic behavior and that of the other animals. The ability and possibility to paint the Venus of Urbino or write a poem is not the immediate outcome of aesthetic behavior, but rather the line that separates art from the prefiguration of art. The boundary line in question is represented by the symbolic that pervades the entire tertiary modeling system, defined by Seebock and Danesi, I quote, the ability to extend forms to stand for abstract referent freely, without any apparent sensory connection between the form and the referent. It also entails the ability to utilize the form creatively and resourcefully. Tertiary modeling is especially prevalent in the human realm. So, specifically, what interests us is that the tertiary one is a modeling system permeated by language, where the language is not a simple instrument of linguistics, but a specific interface between the human being and the world. All human Umwelt is characterized by language. Human beings, therefore, compared to the other living beings, is endowed with both verbal and non-verbal dimensions, and it is precisely this characterization that allows them to create an infinite number of possible words, even fictional, and to narrate them to other human beings. In short, it is the possession of both verbal and non-verbal that make art possible. And in conclusion, we can hypothesize that aesthetic behavior is something different from the work of art, because the former is already found in primary modeling system that is inherent to all living beings. Another discourse must be made for the work of art that can or cannot emerge from aesthetic behavior, but only in a symbolic realm that allows both verbal and non-verbal dimensions. Equalizing the two concepts, that of aesthetic and that of art, within the aesthetic discipline is not only very limiting, but also dangerous, because it would lead to misleading conclusions, such as, and probably is the worst, for example, considering aesthetic as a new useless behavior because it is not useful for survival. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Camilla, for this very important account and synthesis. Any questions, please? Just others to warm up, Claudio has posted a question to the feed about the connection, possible connection between aesthetics and Peircean categories. So how, in your view, aesthetics relates with a distinction of symbol, icons and indexes? Could we talk about iconic or indexical aesthetics as well? Would you like to comment that?
Okay, aesthetics as a discipline do not distinguish from iconical, indexical, or symbolic, because just a few authors have write on this topic, and just a few authors connect aesthetic with semiotics. And in general, in aesthetic, yes, this is some difference between iconic, indexical, and symbolics, in the sense of iconic is, in my opinion, the basis from all the aesthetic behavior, and then can be developed in the human realm, so in the symbolic realm, as art, as work of art, as poem, as songs, and so on, and with the mediation of language.
Thank you. Any other questions in the spoken form online here? Please, Michelle, Michael. Now, I will use then my role. I would like to ask about the connection between aesthetics and generalization. I mean, if we talk about animals and biosemiosis, whether you consider this somewhat relevant connection, because I mean, when making some value judgments about possible environments where animal is, for instance, then somehow the question whether the animal likes the place or it dislikes the place is easy to reach, whereas the kind of logical analysis, whether and what sort of resources a given forest, for instance, provides, it's much more difficult and probably requires much more higher cognitive complexity and level. So the connection between aesthetic sense and generalization and also kind of survival value from there.
Okay, as I said, we cannot confuse the art, ours, okay, the art from, for example, some manifestation of the animals. Okay, Seebeck, for example, in prefiguration of art, write about a lot of example of, for example, birds that make a lot of aesthetically good things. For example, they build with some colors. Just a moment. The nest, but for Seebeck, this is not a manifestation of art, but a prefiguration of art, in the sense that, okay, all the animals possess an aesthetic behavior, but that aesthetic behavior can be translated in a categorization. So they stay in an iconical and indexical dimension of aesthetic. But the borderline is the symbolic. And so we can not say that the nest of the birds are properly works of art. Because it's anthropocentrism, and it seems to us that is a work of art, but it's not a work of art, because for the work of art we need the symbolic dimension. And yeah, it is also between non-human animals very important having an aesthetic behavior, because is the ability to categorize the world.
Thank you very much for your talk. There are some interesting replies and comments in the feed, so you may want to look them later. Now, Claudio, we are about 15 minutes behind the schedule. So how long lunch break we will have, and when we will cover back here?
So we had a bit of an issue with the with our program, and there's a 20-minute gap in the next session that we didn't realize. So we can just take our lunch until 3:50 Central European time. So I will put a timer on for us to come back, and we'll start the session at 3:50. So in 20 minutes, 22 minutes.
Very good. See you then.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy this break.
I'll be ready in 20 minutes. See you all.
Great. Thank you. So I think it's about time for us to come back and start the session. Morten, you have the chair right now. So go ahead and welcome back, everybody.
Thanks, Claudio. So this is the second last ordinary session with paper presentations. And before we begin, I will just take the opportunity to give you information about the very last thing on the program today, because after this session and one more paper session, there are closing statements. And after that, in the program, you see there's an editorial board meeting for the journal Biosemiotics. And since I'm involved there as an editor-in-chief, I will just mention that the first part of the editorial board meeting will be open for anyone who's interested in listening in or asking questions. And then the second half of the editorial board meeting will be closed and only for the members of the editorial board. So that's how we will end the day. But now we have 3 more presentations in this session, and I would like just to check that in addition to Miran, that Catherine and Prisca are also here with us. Can you please confirm either in the chat or by saying hi?
Yes, I'm here. Ready to go.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep. And Prisca is also here. That's great. So we'll start now with Božičević's Signs Evolve in Semiotic Closure. So far, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. Now it's
okay,
good.
Good. Yeah,
Go
I didn't turn on my yeah, and because I'm using Linux, you're going to see a black blotch on the bottom of my screen, but I hope that's going to be okay. Okay, so I will talk about a possible suggestion how to naturalize, how to find how to naturalize sounds, how to find a connection between the notion of science and physics, basically, and physical sciences. And the reason for this is partly my own frustration during my PhD with the kind of a division between qualitative and quantitative research, which I thought was, in light of my prior practical experiences, fairly artificial. And I think there are, I mean, certainly many people have tried to find a natural scientific account for what science are. And from my point of view, what is to be gained here is that, from the one hand, natural sciences, at least in theory, legitimize themselves by being based on observation, hence not based on authority, being able to check for yourself, check whatever findings for themselves through use, by being by leading to practical applications, and finally through some kind of consilience, through the fact that findings in different natural sciences eventually make connection with each other and corroborate and reinforce each other. From this, there is the attitude that if something is in some way real, in some way salient to our practical concerns, that it should be able to find a natural scientific account to it, and signs, symbols which we use every day, obviously qualify for this. On the other hand, in order to understand natural sciences themselves as a phenomenon, because natural sciences and any kind of knowledge system is a science system, in order to ask empirical questions about them that are, that stand a chance to be connected and to be consistent with natural sciences, we need to find some kind of a natural scientific understanding of what science are. So the existing research on which I'm very much building has mostly concentrated on analyzing, on a kind of in-depth qualitative analysis of the relationships between physical and semiotic processes. And I'm, in this account, I'm mostly building on Paté's and Deacon's and Terry Deacon's work, and I'm only getting familiar with Kalevi's work about it, which is large. But at the time when I came up with this argument during my PhD work 3 or 4 years ago, I actually was not familiar with the work of the Tartu school. So what I would like to suggest is the approach that perhaps a physicist would take, which is find and identify what kind of as much as possible explicitly characterize the physical processes that you can argue exhibit semiosis and approach it definitionally. So be informed by our intuitions what it is, certainly, but try to see what those how those intuitions can be put to work to characterize something that one could recognize as semiotics according to some formal and at least potentially transparent criteria. And I don't propose to offer such a characterization here, but a possible roadmap to it. So here's the roadmap, and it's going to go in 8 steps. So first I'll talk about a bit about Shannon channels and how Shannon channels do partly capture sign semiotic relationships. And then I will slowly, mostly following the lead of Terry Deacon and Howard Paté, build up and an argument of how complex processes can be seen as Shannon channels, and finally how they can in effect produce Shannon channels, how an information communication channel actually comes into being on its own in nature, and I will argue that this happens at the origin of life. That once the origin of life, once life originates, then the physical process that we're dealing with can be intrinsically seen as Shannon channel, not as something that is interpreted as such by the researchers. And I'll talk a bit about possible implications of that. So we are familiar with the models from information theory, which have been mostly devised in order to analyze the quality of radio transmission, in which what is being transmitted, actually the content of what is being transmitted, is not relevant to the theory itself, but the relationship between the content at the beginning and the content at the end. Now, the way this is formally represented is through some kinds of source and destination vocabularies and through probabilities of common occurrence or of conditional occurrence of terms in those vocabularies. And just reviewing, the information content of a single variable is based on its randomness. It's some measure of its entropy, the channel is said to transmit information, meaning that the receiving symbols are informative about the ones sent. If in this probability distribution, the destination set is less random than is less random given the source set than on its own. So we can say informally, this is informational because a difference in Y indicates a difference in X. Obviously, vocabulary is a semiotic concept, and the relationship I'm arguing that the Shannon communication channel really is a formal representation of a simple sign system in which the signs or signifiers, depending on whether you use Peircean or Saussurean terminology, in Y are in Y, the objects or referents are in X, but there are no interpretants, there are no signifieds. The meaning of the signs comes from the difference of what they communicate. Now, of course, this is a very truncated, picture because the $1 million question is, of course, where do vocabularies come from? And here they're, of course, provided by the engineers who are using the theory. Now we can represent natural scientific processes in this way, and here is a way to represent a combustion of a relatively randomly chosen set of compounds as passing information in terms of what is detected at the end. And I'm not going to go into the chemistry of it, but you can actually do this, and you can represent pretty much any physical relationships in this way, in which I mean it's a clunky way of doing it. It's certainly more elegant to represent it through to represent it through the equations of the so-called physical laws, but it is an equivalent representation. I've done it for, like, example, a horizontal shot, which gives a continuous representation. I haven't tried it with quantum mechanics, but it's there. And looking at what we know about matter in this way, in essence, really, I think is a more honest way of looking at it, because what physical laws are, they're just so-called physical laws. They're really just kind of summarize the reliable relationships of how we can interact with matter and with with physical phenomena.
5 minutes left.
Oh, sorry. I'm actually going to skip a little bit. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking this as a first step, and I'm kind of following what Deacon went through, and in saying that simple physics gives us these kinds of simple relationships. The next kinds of relationships that we have are cyclical, repeating homeostatic processes in which a state at present is informative about a state in the past and about its own repetition, where we actually get semiosis is with semiotic closure, which is in which we have a complex network of interactions in which the starting piece of matter is embedded in a larger network, and in some way affects the reproduction of the message and of the network itself. So not going through the details of Kaufman's argument of how it happens in autocatalytic sets, the point is that it leads from this point where we only understand things in a physical way, as mechanism going forward, to the point where we understand things in the biological way, in which we can ask for questions, which are defined by whether we look at the individual or at the organism in its ecological context, and whether we look at one time or over time. And if we take a look at a single at a single selection event, we can see how something that is the population that is variable, or meaning informational at the very beginning, when a certain when a certain growth process comes to fixation, in essence, this information that exists in the beginning in the variation in population becomes embedded in the body. And actually, there's been research connecting population genetics with information science back in the 60s. Now, what this gives us is, in essence, it gives us a way in which semiosis is argued to be a just an emergent level on top of physics, which is no more or less mysterious than the emergence of, for example, molecular chemistry from quantum mechanics. Another thing it gives us, and I'm not going to go into the detail about it, is this code duality that Hofmeyr talks about. The way you get to that is you look at semiotic closures, and really the genes are salient to their reproduction, and the adaptations are salient to their introduction. The genes being the digital code, and the adaptations being the analog code that Hofmeyr was talking about. So on the one hand, I don't think this argument is dismissible on reductionist grounds, because usually from the reductionist point of view, people are going to say, no, there is no such thing as science. On the other hand, I don't think any new metaphysics is necessary. This is the kind of emergence that is really accepted as bridging different analyses levels in natural sciences to begin with. I mean, in applications of semiotics to higher levels of analyses, such as animal behavior, such as human culture, and so on, one can reasonably ask, how is this relevant? Because this is a very low-level argument. And I think we can build slowly up to it. And I think Hofmeyr did a good job of it in his book. And I'm sorry he's not with us anymore. But also in traditional research, Miran, Smith, and Southmire, when they were talking about evolutionary transitions, I think they provided a fairly decent roadmap of how to the evolution of informational relationships through evolutionary history, and really at any level, in order to find semiotic activities, to find semiotic relationships, one should look for semiotic closure, and that's it.
Thank you.
I hope I didn't go too far.
That was fine. Now we have 4 minutes left for discussion.
Okay.
And I see Henrik Nielsen has a question. You can start.
So, thank you for this presentation. It was very interesting indeed. And I cannot help but interpret it in way of my own field, which is bioinformatics. Okay. And I wonder if you have ever heard about the bioinformatician Thomas Schneider. He is definitely not a biosemiotician, but what he has to say about Shannon information and the way it can be interpreted in his theory of molecular machines, I think could be reinterpreted in a biosemiotic way. So I just wanted to point you in his direction.
I'll look him up. I mean, I'm familiar with the field of bioinformatics, but I'm not familiar with Schneider. I'll look him up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another question by Kalevi.
So great, thank you very much for this very necessary approach, I think. So I think one way how Hofmeyr describes the emergence of science, the emergence of the dimension of virtuality. So could you see this already here somehow, the way coming from physical description, how to get to that dimension of virtuality? Is it already that what Deacon calls void, or where you see it?
Well, I mean, I see it in the fact that a relationship gets established. It's a physical relationship, but it gets established between two processes that physically don't, or bits of matter that physically don't necessarily have much to do with each other. Like a gene doesn't have that much to do with with personality, and yet there is some genetic there is some genetic correlate between genes and personality, and in this, I don't think that the relationship between signs and what they represent is absolutely virtual, but it's so attenuated that it can be analytically seen as virtual. And this really comes into its own with our culture, in which we use signs, which we can use pretty much off our own free will. And I do use that that expression advisedly. In that, so I think what happens really, where this notion of virtuality comes in, I think I see it more concretely in essence, a representation and anticipation of future events of the environment gets encoded at a higher level of analyses from the physics itself, and it's in such a way, in essence, preempts what's around it. The result of this, this is the result of the fact that the environment changes more slowly than, in this case, the genetic makeup of the population. But what it gives us is that objectively we have a phenomenon on that higher level of representation, of interaction between between the two codes, right? Through the growth process, through the organism, that is in essence, quote unquote, smarter than the physics underneath it, right?
Thank you.
I think we'll have to stop there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Miran.
Of course.
And
let me stop sharing this if I can.
Do I have time to ask a question?
No, we have to move on, I think, to the next one. You can use the chat. And we'll move on now to the presentation by Catherine Legg, titled Discursive Habits, a Representationalist Rethinking of Teleosemiotics.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I'm just trying to start the screen show here. Okay, have you got my slideshow?
We can see it. You can just go to presentation mode in PowerPoint.
It's not in the presentation mode.
No, Catherine, you have to use share screen and choose the presentation. So start your presentation first and then use share screen on Zoom and there choose
I
the actual
see.
presentation.
I did it the wrong way around. Hang on, let me try this. Is that working?
Yes, it is.
Yes, all right, excellent. Okay, great to be here. Greetings from Australia. So first time I've ever had conference jet lag in the comfort of my own home, but it's so wonderful to be here with you all, and I'm excited to share my ideas. So this presentation is an intervention into the enactivist literature, because I think that enactivism and biosemiotics have a whole lot to offer each other. But what I'm looking to do is to challenge radical enactivists on their claim of abandoning content and representation and all those good things, and try to bring enactivism closer to biosemiotics by using Peirce. So here is an overview of the presentation. So as we all know, scientific development has long rendered Cartesian understandings of knowledge as ideas in the head obsolete. And I think it's clear that we need to move to some kind of embodied cognition. And enactivism is one such movement that's been getting significant attention and praise, but much current enactivist theorizing is arguably too anti-intellectualist. So various branches of enactivism, particularly the radical enactivists, hold that for knowledge to be embodied, it must be non-representational. So rather than any kind of representations of any kind of purported reality, they talk about quote unquote whole organism responses to environmental cues. But this defines the semantic against the behavioral, and this arguably sets up a false dichotomy, which ironically recapitulates Cartesianism. And then relatedly, so far enactivists have struggled to theorize so-called higher order cognition, which is logic, mathematics, hypothetical reasoning, and planning. So here, as I mentioned, I'm going to focus on the radical enactivism of Daniel Hutto and his co-authors, very popular here down under. This also offers a useful entry point into dialogue with biosemioticians, insofar as Hutto and Miran in their 2013 book advocate a teleosemiotics, which they describe as a teleosemantics without the semantics. But having gestured in this interesting and tantalizing new direction, these radical enactivists don't develop the specifically semiotic angle of their view in much detail. So I'm bringing Peirce to the table to try to, work out more of these details and challenge the idea of anti-representationalism in radical enactivism. So what I'm going to come up with is an account which theorizes signs as habits of associating specific cues with appropriate schemas of activity and ensuing experience. Now you might notice there's 3 things there, which is not a coincidence. And I'm going to resolve the anti-intellectualism by giving all embodied knowledge some kind of propositional structure, although interestingly, this is not necessarily a linguistic structure. I'm going to draw on Stjernfeldt there. All right, so this is just a slide on why a habit-based philosophy is much more useful, I think, than an idea-based philosophy. So habit should be the kind of basic concept on which you build your epistemology and your philosophy of mind. So habits ontologically bridge body-mind dualism by being simultaneously embodied and intelligible. They bridge public-private distinction as simultaneously observable and introspectable. And they're also teleological, not necessarily in the sense that they have goals or ends, because sometimes a habit is just a repetitive behavior, but in the sense that they lead into the future. They take effect in external actions unless a particular inhibition has been laid upon them. And this upends the usual approach to philosophy of action, where every action is kind of consciously chosen. All right, so some background in pragmatism. I'm sure most of you are very familiar with Peirce's paper, How to Make Our Ideas Clear, where he lays out 3 grades of clarity that we can attain with respect to the meaning of our concepts. In the first grade, we can identify instances without necessarily being able to say how we do that. In the second grade, we can give a verbal or nominal definition, the sort of thing you might find in a dictionary. And at the third level, and a lot of philosophers stop there, and at the third level, we apply the pragmatic maxim, which urges us to consider, if a hypothesis is true, what experience should I anticipate? So the example that Peirce gives famously is the concept hard. First level of clarity, I can say this thing is hard, this thing is not. Second level of clarity, I write some kind of, dictionary definition, as you see here. Third level, actual expectations. If this table is hard, then if I rest my dinner plate on it, for instance, then, my food won't spill on the floor. So, key idea for this presentation. This third level of analysis effectively transforms every concept into a series of hypothetical conditionals, which connects a cue and a schema of activity and ensuing experience. In short, when given a certain cue, the agent expects that certain acts will be accompanied by certain experiences. So this is where I'm going to try to marry pragmatism up with enactivism. And here I've learned a lot from Sandra Rosenthal. She also analyzes in this way. So for instance, we've got our diamond cutters here somewhere in India. And they expect that if their diamonds are hard, then if they're doing certain acts, they will have certain experiences. Now, if an agent engages in an act and the anticipated experience does not, in fact, appear, this triggers the agent to engage in learning. And so we have this well-known cycle of inquiry, cue, act, expectation, surprise, oh dear, surprise leads to thinking, and revision of the associated expectations until that surprise stops happening. And this is all, in the organism's lived experience. So the key, we can see here that the key to intelligent mindedness for Peirce lies not in consciousness, but in self-control. So Peirce views self-control as the capacity for an organism to be able to change its own habits based on, these inputs when its expectations are or are not satisfied. All right, so now we've got a pragmatic analysis of meaning, and this will form the basis of my new and improved Peircean teleosemiotics. So once again, Hutto and Miran defined their teleosemiotics as having no content when they define content in terms of either reference, truth, or accuracy. And so I'm going to beg to differ on whether we should throw out all of those very long-standing notions. All right, just a few key aspects of Peirce's semiotics that I'm going to draw on. This won't be news to anyone, I'm sure, but he famously claimed a sign is not a sign unless it translates itself into another sign in which it is more fully developed. This is his notion of the interpretant. Now notice that we have here a formal analysis of intelligibility as repetition. And in this analysis, we can already see how signs are themselves habits of a special kind. Peirce also distinguished three different ways in which a sign can pick out its object. Icons pick out an object by themselves resembling it. Indices pick out an object by means of some existential connection, which is unmediated by further signs. And symbols pick out an object via some kind of arbitrary convention or rule, which does mediate the relationship between the sign and the object. Now, the functions of these, so these are not just different sign types, but they also complement one another in important ways in terms of their functionality in a meaning system as a whole. So the key function, sorry?
5 more minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. The key function of icons is to represent schematic structure by embodying it non-discursively, showing, not saying. Indices' key function is to determine what in the world a concept or proposition is about through some kind of existential connection. And symbols' key function is to represent general concepts which are indefinitely generalizable. So look what I've done here. If you think about what I was doing on the earlier slide with the pragmatic maxim, and I had those 3 components in green. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to align my previous analysis now with this icon index symbol distinction. So if we think about how and why organisms might have evolved habits of connecting certain cues with certain schemas of anticipated lived experience, I think, and this is the most important slide in the talk, this is what I think is the key innovation that I want to present to you. What I want to do is to align, on the one side, the biological act experience schema, the cue and the habit, with, on the other side, the icon, the index, and the symbol. So now I'm going to try to just give you a bit more detail of how this might work in a propositional structure, drawing on the work of Sternfeld. So Sternfeld has done very important work on naturalizing Peirce's theory of the proposition, and he puts it in the broader context of a theory of DC signs, which extends beyond language. Just one example, photo of Obama in India is a DC sign insofar as it can be used to state Obama was in India, which I believe is true. Now, what is essential to a DC sign is that it's a sign which says something about something. So it has a particular double structure, which consists in an index, a pointer, and I'm going to say this is a cue with my other trichotomy, and an icon, which I'm going to say is a schema. And the two are fused together, thereby forming a symbol, so that something in the world is both picked out and described at the same time. So the classic sentence, snow is white. The index points out, just points to snow itself. And then the icon puts a picture, if you like, a schema onto that object and says that it has some kind of general property. But crucial to this account, I've just got a couple more slides. Crucial to this account is clarity about the logical role that's played by Peirce's icon as a kind of generality, which is different from the generality which pertains to the symbol. So an example of the generality which pertains to the symbol is the old chestnut abstract ideas such as whiteness that we think of as corresponding to a linguistic term like white. And then we get into the whole philosophical problem of universals. Is there such a thing as whiteness over and above the uses of the word white, etc., etc., etc. But Peirce, and I think this is one of Peirce's great originalities, he explicated iconic generality as a separate kind of generality through the metaphor of a composite photograph, a 19th century technology where the same photographic plate was exposed multiple times to create a kind of pictorial average. So here we have the beautiful film star of the 1950s, Joan Crawford and Marilyn Monroe, many others, and then of the 1980s. And you can kind of get that generalization of those different beauty ideals. Now, this is a specifically structural and non-linguistic form of generalization. And what this shows, I think, is that the real solution to Dan Hutto's so-called hard problem of content, which leads him to throw his hands up and abandon content altogether, at least for basic minds, the real solution is actually to broaden our concept of logic and information beyond the linguistic. And then we don't have to give up our notion of content. So yeah, so my final two slides. Peirce believed that habits themselves partake in this second iconic kind of generality. So habits themselves, this is the most controversial part of my talk, habits themselves embody a schematic logical structure, which gives rise to the schemas of activity and ensuing experience, the iconic insights which constitute the meaning of our concepts under pragmatism. Again, I return to Sandra Rosenthal's insights. She notes that Peirce takes from Kant the fundamental insight that concepts are empirically meaningful only if they contain schematic possibilities for their application to sensible experience. But she also notes that Peirce rejects Kant's relegation of schemata to the imagination as opposed to the faculty of judgment. Rather, she says, both faculties combine to produce and mobilize schemata in a creative functioning of habit as providing a lived or vital intentionality between knower and known. Thus, lived experience reflects a semiotic structure operative at its most fundamental level, since human behaviour is meaningful behaviour. And this, in fact, enables an original account of objectivity and thus truth and reference and all those things that Hutto et al. Deny.
Now we're a bit done over time, so you should finish. Thanks.
All right. This is my last slide. Objectivity is constituted by a composite photograph of multiple agentive perspectives on a given object, each perspective made up of these hypothetical conditionals that I outlined earlier, having its own subtly different yet structurally similar set of cues associated by habit to schemas of activity and ensuing experience. She says, in a sense, there are an indefinite number of cues, acts, and resultant experiences, yet in another sense, they are all part of the one result. And this is how what is apprehended is not an appearance only, but a perspective of an object. So I went through a heap of material there. I've got a written version of this, which has a whole lot more of the detail of my argument. And if you'd like a copy, you're welcome to email me. Thank you very much.
Turn. I see no hands raised, but now it's the chance. We have time for at least one question. Alin.
Thanks very much. This was such a brilliant presentation, I think, and
thank you.
Thank you. And it made the point so convincingly, and I think that what you indeed were also for what's worth saying, I think that you covered what I was hinting at in my presentation yesterday as well, and much more.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that I understand you very well when you say that the controversial part of your paper is the claim that habits embody schematic structure. But I think that that's what much of recent semiotics and embodiment philosophy has been pointing to, but hesitating to claim so clearly. And for what we're saying, I would like to, or pondering on it, I would like to ask, you rely on Sterfeld's work on designs, and you develop the argument again brilliantly. And there is something there, though. You seem to take on this, if we can call it, bottom-up sort of modeling that is often suggested that Peirce would have meant that our thinking would start with icons and proceed, as it were, upwards to indices and symbols. And Sterfeld actually says that his taxonomy of signs, in light of the role that designs play in there, contradicts actually this build-up, that we would first encounter propositional structures, as your example with the photo of snow illustrated. So I'm curious to know more about your thinking on this matter.
Yeah, I mean, you're quite correct.
Thank you.
So yeah, I agree with that. So yeah, insofar as that agreement didn't come through in the presentation, then yeah, we don't disagree.
Okay, I think we'll have to move on now. So thank you, Caterina, again. And
thank you.
If now you stop sharing the screen, and then Prisca, Augustyn can start sharing hers if she has a presentation to share. Funktionskreis as multi-level model of perception and action.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
And do they move? No, they don't move.
I see the front page.
No, I found a way to move them.
Now,
all right.
My
name is Prisca. My name is Prisca, and I'm a linguist by training. But I have been introduced to the work of Peirce and Uexküll when I was a graduate student, and the questions that interest me the most have to do with how we create our subjective worlds with language, and how we arrive at our beliefs through language. I have, these are my goals, and I'm showing you what I cannot really accomplish in my presentation, because as many of you, I write the paper and then I have to whittle it down for a 15-minute presentation. But here's my outline of what I'm trying to do. The most well-known aspect of Jakob von Uexküll's work is undeniably his concept of Umwelt, the idea that organisms are always actively creating their subjective reality. The mechanism that underlies this active creation is the Funktionskreis, and Uexküll calls it the primary mechanism of meaning-making. Uexküll first articulated the Funktionskreis model in the context of muscular physiology while studying the movements of invertebrate marine animals like sea urchins. These empirical physiological studies were informed by an epistemology that he derived from Kant, and the premise that space and time underlie the perception of organisms according to their semiotic abilities. Francesca Michelini recently said, Uexküll's work is an antidote to any hierarchical account of the living. Thorsten Rüting says he turned against objectivism and offered a subjectivist epistemology based on biology. This is a recent book that shows the impact that he had on philosophy. If I could time travel to Jakob von Uexküll, I would like to show him that book. I think it would blow his mind. Many things, though, I don't think would surprise him. What he accomplished in the next slide, what Jakob von Uexküll accomplished at the beginning of the 20th century is only now beginning to be applied to many fields of interest, as far apart as dog behavior and philosophy. So I have a few. These may be more familiar, and here's an English translation. The crux of Uexküll's model was that it represented the animal organism as a subject and provided a stark contrast to the predominant views in biology that were focused on cause and effect, physical and chemical processes. Uexküll recognized that this embodied self-reference not only serves to control movements, but that it is the basic mechanism that underlies a coherent perception of the world. In his Theoretische Biologie 1920, he illustrated the Funktionskreis with the famous tick, and don't worry, I will not quote the whole thing. But the point of the example is to draw attention to all that is not part of the tick's Umwelt in order to show how vastly different the perception of space and time can be for different organisms. The Funktionskreis is therefore a model of both limitation and selective perception. It shows that we bypass most potential signs and select only what appears to be relevant or desirable or simply habit. And Uexküll recently drew attention to the concepts of choosing and learning as fundamental to all mechanisms of meaning making. Uexküll's Funktionskreis is a basic model of perception and action that explains all kinds of organism, environment, interaction through space and time. Like walking on a rocky path requires a constant feedback loop between feeling the surface and placing the next step. The Funktionskreis is also a model of how we move through the physical world in established circles. If we drew a map for every trip we take from our home base, you would see a pattern of circles out and back in, leaving mostly empty space. The resulting map reveals how we construct our Umwelt from where we choose to go. Visual perception was central to Uexküll and is also at the center of current neuroscience and consciousness studies. While Uexküll compared human visual perception to that of other organisms, he was always fully aware that his observations are always subject to the limitations of human visual perception. These limitations begin with the selective processing of percepts through the saccadic movements of the eye and other limitations such as focus blindness or inattentional blindness. That's the choosing. Unlike a camera, we only grasp a fraction. Uexküll illustrated another aspect of our flawed visual perception with an anecdote where he missed the water on the dinner table because it wasn't in the usual pitcher, but in a glass carafe. We miss things because we look for something else out of habit. In 1899, he went to Paris to work with the physiologist Etienne Jules Marais, one of the pioneers of the cinema, and he bought himself a camera for studying the details of the movements of starfish and other animals. The aspect of time in the context of visual perception led him to the idea of the moment. Der Augenblick is quite literally what you can take in with your eye in the moment. Uexküll also acknowledged the developmental aspect of visual perception. That's the learning, referring to an anecdote he discussed with Helmholtz, that being able to judge the distance of an object by its size is something that has to be acquired through practice. This characterizes the Funktionskreis as the primary mechanism of learning to focus, to follow moving objects, to judge distance. This makes the Funktionskreis a powerful corrective to evolutionary psychology. It matters what we see because our vision develops from it. It matters what we hear because our oral perception develops from it. The concept of perceptual repair in experimental phonology explains why we hear speech sounds based on the inventories of the languages we speak. Now I'm moving on to some related concepts that take the Funktionskreis on different levels. And that is the Funktionskreis and Gestaltkreis in psychology and psychosomatic medicine. Funktionskreis and Gestaltkreis are often presented as equivalent, but the concept of Gestaltkreis, attributed to Victor von Weizsäcker, a physiologist and neurologist who worked in Heidelberg during the 1920s, is central to what he called a philosophical anthropological approach to medicine that laid the foundation for psychosomatic medicine in Germany. The Gestaltkreis is different from the cybernetic Regelkreis in that it entails anticipation, like the goal of a movement, the anticipation of the objects in an eye movement, or the target of a throw that creates a coherent perception of the world in the moment and results in the coherence of self and Umwelt, or Kohärenz von Ich und Umwelt. According to von Weizsäcker, the Gestaltkreis explains this coherence of self as pathic, not ontic. For Victor von Weizsäcker, the term pathic refers to modes of being such as intention, expectation, what we can or cannot do, are not allowed to do, meeting resistance leading to failure, decisions that result in crises, or restrictions of freedom. And it's lived, experienced, and endured. It's not just what happens, it's how you live through it. And from this, Ture von Uexküll, who had done studies on situational hypertension, came up with the Situationskreis as part of an emergent system. So Situationskreis is characterized by an internal voice of lifelong imagined rehearsing. This is a concept called Probehandeln that is attributed to Freud. Any failure to match the rehearsed communicative or behavioral outcome in situations leads to functional and organic illness.
5 more minutes.
Ture von Uexküll pointed out that early Gestalt theory already involves systems theory. And his Situationskreis model represents the third level of emergent systems in his psychosomatic medicine. So I'll skip ahead a little bit, and you can see from my slide, by the way, the neuroscientist Christoph Koch calls the Funktionskreis level zombie agents. Those are the things that are not the conscious mind. Ture von Uexküll carefully laid out the complexity of the emergent systems, explaining the development and interdependence of the separate levels, and points out that we can never assume a general physiology that conforms to all individuals. Instead, there may be individual physiologies of particular organs and functions that are the result of an individual's personal experience. So he talks about the dogs in Pavlov's experiments. The dogs that were conditioned had a different physiology in their salivary glands than the dogs that were not conditioned. So there was a physiological manifestation of the conditioning. And this is, I'm quoting Ture von Uexküll, we know that the immune system can only be understood as an organ with a biographical physiology. The biological Umwelt that has been created through the Funktionskreis, through innate programs, becomes an individual reality that all individuals have to create with the programs that were acquired in the course of their individual life experience or Lebensgeschichte in their culture. Uexküll's Situationskreis involves an imagined evaluation of the perception of a situation and the intended action like an imagined rehearsal. I will skip ahead and take you into a situational imagined rehearsal that happens to me sometimes. I drive into the parking garage on the campus where I work on a hot day and notice a car with exhaust fumes and lights on, thinking that the person may be leaving, only to find out that this is someone who's just having a nap in the car before class, enjoying the air conditioning. While I keep driving to find an empty spot and eventually park my car, I imagine walking up to that person, knocking on the window, and I imagine telling them what I feel and what I think. I tell myself in my imagination that I could maybe write a note and stick it on his windshield. And then as I walk to my office building, I kind of, in my mind, I compose the mesh on the sheet that I can use the next time this happens to me. So every time I drive into the garage, I'm already expecting to encounter this situation again. And when it does, I choose to focus my attention on it, and I create the situation, and I create that's what I choose. And this illustrates a failure to match my intention and imagined rehearsal with what I actually do. And I walk away depressed, deflated, feeling cowardly. Maybe I have hypertension. Now imagine someone whose lived experience consists of frequent or constant lived and endured failure to match their imagined intentions with lived experience. And that is what Ture von Uexküll considered the objective of psychosomatic medicine, to identify when and how this leads to illness. And I don't have the time to address how I relate this to current neuroscience and Christoph Koch's idea of how we are sculpting the synaptic fields in the brain, but I leave you with the thought that the brain is another organ with a biographical physiology. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for questions, but for the moment there's no raised hands. If there's no questions, you could choose one point to elaborate on if you'd like, since you, but now I see there's also a question from Yogi.
Hi, thank you very much, Prisca, for your presentation. I found it very interesting, sort of like historically and also across different disciplines. I'm wondering more if you could talk a little bit more about the pathic. Gestaltkreis is pathic, not ontic. What are sort of the ramifications of that, just sort of like from a really beginner's point of view, and then how you would see that also hooking into the other sort of Kreise, especially like the Funktionskreis and the Situationskreis.
Well, by pathic, I think saying that the Gestaltkreis is pathic, not ontic, what von Weizsäcker means is that you have to see the patient as a subject who's experiencing something, rather than just looking at the observable facts and sort of. I was reminded of this, of the earlier presentation about sort of the typical procedure of medicine. And I think Ture von Uexküll saw this as a way of focusing on the subject in medicine, the way his father refocused biology on the subject. I'm seeing a... okay.
Did you see the question now in the chat?
Work on this. Could I supply the reference to the work on the saliva glands being physically altered? This is I read about this in actually in Ture von Uexküll's Psychosomatic Medicine, and the way he has this chapter called Die emergenten Eigenschaften animalischer Systeme, and it's very detailed, and he builds up really this biosemiotic theory of what psychosomatic medicine could accomplish if it puts the subject at the center and sees this sort of integrative, as it's called in the German context, integrative medicine, integrating different levels. The physiological level is the Regelkreis, the breathing, the endosemiotic level, and to the typical, what we understand of the Funktionskreis, the organism environment interaction level, and also what he calls the psychosocial level, which is the Situationskreis.
Okay, let's have one more question.
The saliva thing is from Pavlov. Maybe there are some Pavlov experts here who know where he describes the physiological impact on the saliva glands of the dogs through the conditioning. I found it in Ture von Uexküll's Psychosomatic Medicine. Psychosomatische Medizin.
Yeah, Kalvi, please.
So great, thank you very much for this. So just a little suggestion or comment. Victor von Weizsäcker is a very interesting scholar for biosemiotics, because he somehow connects some other pioneers, not only Jakob von Uexküll's work and Ture von Uexküll's work, but also in a way there is a connection to Rothschild, because Rothschild paid attention to directly biosemiotics of Victor von Weizsäcker. So my suggestion is, please, Prisca, write for us a paper about biosemiotics of Victor von Weizsäcker, because there's nothing in English, almost nothing available, but this is really, really important. Thank you.
I saw when I read your paper again, Choosing and Learning, in typical human fragmented vision, I missed the Victor von Weizsäcker quote that you had at the top. But I caught it the second time around. So yes, I'm on, my head is all in that right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're on schedule to start after a break 10 minutes after 5. So if Josh can be really quick, you can have the final question.
Yeah, sure. I just, it's really just a quick comment. Really great talk. I look forward to digging into all those levels. The paper that Don was able to send me, Hofmeier from 95, Body of Swarm, I highly recommend, Prisca, just because he talks about the immune system interacting with the neural system, and the idea that the brain isn't so localized, and that it fundamentally has a history, like you were just describing, that you can't describe a person in sort of a statewide fashion, but it's both distributed and both in time and history. So very interesting talk. Thank you.
Yes, the whole discussion about localization or specificity versus plasticity.
Yeah.
I think this is what I meant earlier when I said I would show Jakob von Uexküll this book about his impact on philosophy, because I think while he would marvel at the methods of neuroscience, he wouldn't be surprised at the results at all. So yes, and of course Hofmeier, Hofmeier fits in as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll end on that note. Thank you, Prisca. And now we'll have a 10 minutes break, and we'll be back for the last paper session in 10 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. 10 minutes. So we're back, and this will be the last session of the day. Paul Copley has the chair. So Paul, if you're there, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Paul Copley. If you don't know me, I've just pasted into the chat the schedule now. There's a slight change to this final session, very small change, which I wanted to alert you to, but it has a knock-on effect because it compresses the break afterwards. So we will have the session as planned, starting at 17:10, but there's a poster session for 5 minutes at the end, which is carried over from yesterday, I think. So that will take place from 18:10 to 18:15, thus compressing the break from 18:15 to 18:20 before the closing statement. Okay, so it's there in the chat. So if everyone's comfortable, I would like to now introduce Vefa Karatay, who's an independent scholar. I've not met Vefa before. But Yagmur Denizhan I have met on a number of occasions. She's a stalwart of the gatherings and stalwart of biosemiotics. And I'd like to introduce her paper now on forms of fettering, how life handles matter.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
I will do the usual routine of indicating when you've got 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm not being rude, but I'll just butt in.
Okay, so let me start. That's going to be another attempt of our endeavor to piecemeal introduce Simondon to the biosemiotic community, actually. So let me start. All forms of fettering. So as you might guess, possibly, I'm going to talk about constraints and confinements and how they relate to the way life handles matter. The characteristics, just a second, sorry. There is, okay. Yes, the characteristics of matter depends on its specific organization at various orders of magnitude. For simple enough molecules, the classical notion of phase, as we know from physics, is enough to account for the supramolecular behavior of matter. But for more complex biological macromolecules, which have various alternative 3D configurations, we need a more sophisticated supramolecular account. So we are going to address the issue of phase in the context of life. The technical system is constructed by combining pre-produced parts as a functioning whole. But a living system is a functioning whole right from the beginning, so its production and functioning cannot be separated. Moreover, it remains adaptable and evolvable to a great extent at almost all organizational levels throughout its life. When we look at its topology, we see this characteristic compartmentalization with a nested system of membranes. And from a phase point of view, we see this dominantly fluidic environment with some rigid, relatively rigid scaffolding structures. But let us go back to this compartmentalized topology and think of membraneless structures like nucleoli, for example. They constitute compartments indeed. If not membranes, what keeps such a structure together and separate from the rest? As a matter of fact, recent studies have revealed many more membraneless organelles, and it has been recognized that their formation can be related to the phenomenon liquid-liquid phase separation, as known in physics. Nowadays, this domain is a thriving field of research. And two scientists from this field, Weber and Brangwyn, have suggested in 2012 an analogy between the behavior of matter in a non-biological context and that in an intracellular context of biomolecules. So they introduced an extended interpretation of the physical notion of phase to the context of life. Here, physiological granules correspond to the liquid phase, and pathological aggregates to the solid one. Another researcher from the same field, Alberti, published in 2017 a paper on the intricacies of the collective behavior of complex biomolecules, proteins to be specific, and demonstrated the need for more refined phase categories. He even provided a phase diagram for proteins, which can be compared to classical phase diagram from physics, water, for example. And we can see immediately the much richer behavioral repertoire of living matter. By the way, the axes are reversed. The vertical axis on the left corresponds to the horizontal axis of the diagram on the right, and vice versa. Okay, so let us ask whether we can gather such features of life and notions originally derived from physics, such as phase or even information, under the same ontological umbrella. For this purpose, we propose Gilbert Simondon's theory of individuation, a relational ontology, actually an ontogenetic framework meant to account for becoming in all possible domains. Simondon particularly emphasizes the reciprocal relationship between structure and operation. At the beginning of a process of individuation, he places a pre-individual state, which is metastable, meaning a tense state, a state full of conflicting potentials, which cannot be resolved due to lack of relations needed to resolve them. To introduce the basics of individuation, he proposes the process of crystallization as a model. So let's consider a uniform flask of supersaturated solution salt. Left to itself, it would stay like this, but already a slightest perturbation can serve as a spatio-temporal reference for the initiation of the process of individuation, which resolves the pre-individual tensions. During this process, an intermediate level structure emerges, the crystal. And at the end, we are left with a stable system consisting of a crystal suspended in saturated solution. Now we have two phases, while at the beginning, we had none, according to Simondon. Please note, he introduces the notion of phase as a philosophical notion, as a metaphor, which is a good candidate for accommodating the extended notion of biological phase, if you will. So, individuation is the dephasing of the pre-individual being, its separation into phases, that's to say. During this process, the growing crystal is both an outcome and the promoter of the process itself, a mediator, a node of interactive communication between processes at disparate orders of magnitude, micro and macro. This perspective of mediation allows us to capture the emergence of an intermediate organizational level. Please note, this is something the classical cybernetic way of thinking, which conceives wholes as combination of parts or builds up upon each other, fails to account for. Let's focus on the crystal. We can characterize it in terms of its specific crystal pattern, the ordering of the molecules. But such a simple characterization is only possible in a physical process. Remember that Simondon's theory of individuation was meant to embrace all domains of becoming. So instead of splitting the universe into distinct domains, he has introduced different operational modes for the same basic operation, the basic process of individuation. The simplest being the physical mode, next the vital mode, which employs the physical mode in a constrained and controlled manner, and finally the psychocollective mode. We will only focus on the vital one. The term vital should not be confused with vitalism. It has nothing to do with that. It's just the individuation mode of the living. So let's ask now, how can we characterize a vital individual? It can, of course, not be characterized in terms of a special ordering of its components, like the crystal. Neither can it be considered as an isolated entity separate from its context. According to Simondon, what characterizes a living individual is the so-called regime of internal resonance. This notion designates much more than simply resonance between components within the interior of an organism. No, it is the criterion for belonging to the individual, thus the criterion that defines the interiority. Here, resonance has again a metaphorical character. It's a philosophical notion, and designates a primitive mode of communication between disparate realities. Now, the living individual compared to a crystal is, of course, a much higher number of disparate domains to mediate between, and much more conflicts to resolve. So these conflicts are typically resolved by constraining and confining the conflicting regimes, spatially and/or temporally. Thus, internal resonance in the living system entails a system of constraints, which is at the same time a system of mediation, of course. Now we can go back to our question about membraneless compartmentalization. Since the relation between structure and operation is valid also for the system of constraints, we can easily see that membranes are structural constraints, while compartmentalization can also be achieved operationally. There is another question that comes to mind. How can such a tight system of constraints allow for adaptability and evolvability? Let us see how we can account for that in Simondonian terms. Remember, our physical individuation ends with a stable system. So metastability is exhausted. The physical individual, once formed, stays as it is, unless changed externally and forcefully. While the vital mode is defined as a mode where some portion of metastability is always maintained, such that there is always room for further formation. It is not a coincidence that in Weber and Brangwen's analogy, physiological granules correspond to the relatively flexible liquid phase. An unmodifiable rigid order is not compatible with life. At the molecular level, the flexibility needed for life would not be possible with simple molecules. As Simondon points out, only large molecules of organic chemistry are complex enough to allow variable regimes for taking on form without losing the capacity for further information. Please note here Simondon's original notion of information, which is a processual one, which relies on the metastability of the receiver. This is a very important point to compare with Shannon type of information, because the potential of metastability to bear new dimensions goes far beyond what the probabilistic representation of the uncertainty at the receiver end can account for. So let's go back. The adaptability and evolvability is therefore a manifestation of the maintained metastability and implies sustained informability starting already from the molecular level. So with all that, we can finally go back to our basic question, how life handles matter. It does so by mediating between disparate orders of magnitude, thus leading to the emergence of intermediate structures which lend themselves to modification in a context-dependent manner. You can call it biological phase tuning if you wish. And this is more than a simple adaptation. As Simondon puts it, the living being resolves its problems not only by adopting itself, that is, modifying its relation to the environment, but by modifying itself, by inventing new internal structures, and by completely introducing itself into the axiomatic of vital problems. So, to sum it up, the biological macromolecules with their sustained informability allow for the vital mode of individuation and thus mark the semiotization of nature. Therefore, when seeking for the origin of semiosis, which is coextensive with the origin of life, as most of us think, before asking, as Howard Patay did, how a molecule became a message, we should perhaps ask how molecules emerged with a sustained capacity of receiving messages. And we could answer that with, they emerge as an organizing dimension, as a contextually modifiable mediator between micro and macro scales, which is part of a system of mutually compatible constraints that maintain internal resonance. So, to conclude, let us return to this quotation from Eichinger's wonderful metaphorical story about a man who wakes up to find himself intricately tied up with a rope and has to discover the degrees of freedom this fettering allows. If you wish, we can paraphrase it as, now we know that life would be possible only with a very special way of fettering. Thank you.
Thank you, Yagmur. That was great. You were absolutely on time to the very second. I didn't give you a 5-minute warning because I was listening to the paper and it looked as though you were going to wind up in any case. I'm going to look through the participants to see if there are any questions, and thereafter I will look into the chat. So
I see the chat. Victoria is asking if I have a paper to share. Well, I have a paper from last year about prions, which partially covers that, but we are definitely willing to write about that, hopefully until next gathering.
Nice. There's a question from Calavi, which is in the chat. Anyone wishing to raise a vocal question can do so in the raise hand function. And Calavi asks, shouldn't the physical work that all life does be explicitly taken into account?
Yes, it can be taken into account, but well, carefully combined with the physical individuation. So what Simondon offers is a philosophical framework, and how the physical notions can be used as a metaphor in an extended sense to account also for more sophisticated modes of individuation. So we would like to look into that, but very carefully, because when you cover the whole domain of becoming, there is this danger of confusing physical notions with the metaphors, with extended notions, etc. So definitely yes, but you have to be careful.
Okay, anyone else? Raised hand or yes, I've got one in.
Okay, there is a warning about soft metaphase transitions. Well, actually, I'm of course doing injustice to physics when I just show solid, liquid, gas as the possible phases. There is more to it, but there is another thing in non-living domain. These alternative plasma-like or whatever eccentric phases are possible at extreme temperatures and pressures, whereas in life we operate dominant almost under isothermal conditions, and of course also under very limited pressure domains.
Anyone else? Are membranes only operational boundaries, or also mediators of operations across the boundaries?
Certainly, certainly. Well, of course, this is another aspect of Simondon's thinking. This relation between operation and structure is a circular one. So any operational boundary possibly also generates physical boundaries. That's how actually these bilayer membranes, lipid membranes are generated, for example. Once they are formed, of course, they serve as a mediator for further constraining.
I've got Josh on camera. Josh,
okay.
would you like to phrase your question?
Thank you. That was fantastic, the talk. Thank you. I'm wondering, Simondon, I'm really excited to be introduced to this person. Is there anything in his work that you know of that's maybe off the last question of like these soft boundaries, if you will, forgive the term, that they could also be overlapping so that they could be superposed, and that in that superposition of different phenomena that are distinct yet not so distinct that they can't overlap with one another to create higher order effects that can then be preserved by the system.
Could you explain what you mean by superpose? What are you referring to? What are superposed in your
so for example, like if you instead of like a hard membrane like you're talking about, you have like a more distributed these chemical processes where you could imagine that if in your mind you don't think of a hard membrane, but these distributions, they're still distinct, but then you have multiple distributions, right? You have multiple processes that can superpose.
Okay, understand. So once you go to operational boundaries, you can have, of course, all kinds of things, distributed constraints.
Right.
Which you cannot. I mean, that kind of description, and that's what I like about Simondon, allows for all kinds of alternatives, all kinds of conceptualizations.
Excellent. Yeah, very, very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. There is another question from Oscar in the sidebar. Yagmur, if you don't mind answering that via the chat, we will press on now because we have to go to the next paper. Listed in the program as Jackson David Ellison. I think you go by David, don't you? Just straightforwardly.
Yes. Yeah, David.
So apologies for me giving you the entire name there. So a paper now on the possibility of recognizing animal semiosis. David, full steam ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. Today I will be talking about the implications of Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology for the study of animal communication and behavior. First, I will provide an outline of Merleau-Ponty's perspective on the study of the behavior of non-human animals, outlining the limitations and possibilities that our human perception allows us in researching other species. After the basic notions and the nature of the issue have been clearly defined, I will move into some more specific examples of the limitations that our human perception imposes on us when we study other species. More specifically, I will outline the cognitive, sensory, and cognitive and sensory problems that we are confronted with when we study other animals, especially animals which might have sophisticated systems of communication that are fundamentally different than any human system of communication. Following these outlines, I will summarize the takeaways for the research of non-human animal behavior and communication. In Merleau-Ponty's The Visible and the Invisible, we find the analogy of a blind anatomist dissecting an eye. No matter how much effort the anatomist expends, no matter how much time the anatomist spends, as long as the anatomist is without sight, they will not be able to infer sight from the cadaver. The point here is that the knowledge of sight can only come from being endowed with a sensory modality itself. As long as the anatomist is without sight, they will not know what it is to see. This situation is analogous to the situation which researchers of animal behavior find themselves in, specifically when we think of the more internal experiences, such as sensory perception, cognition, and communication. Thankfully, unlike the blind anatomist, we have more than cadavers to inspect. We can observe behavior and from animal behavior infer the presence of otherwise unknown senses and systems of communication. Another example of this problem that Merleau-Ponty provides is the example of emotion among non-human primates. According to Merleau-Ponty, where behavioral observation and the consideration of an animal's behavior suggests that an animal is experiencing an emotional state, it is not an erroneous act of anthropomorphism to attribute an emotional state to the animal. On the contrary, Merleau-Ponty asserts that the only knowledge we can have of other animals' emotional states is with respect to our own human emotions. There are not other emotions we can access, not other emotions we can know, except for the emotions that we have knowledge of through experience. In other words, we can only know the emotions which constitute our own human perception. As such, the only way that we could infer the presence of emotions in a non-human animal would be to infer the presence of a perceptual state which we have experienced. Like the blind anatomist cannot reach an understanding of sight through physiological emotions actually existed. Likewise, as the experience of sight is a precondition for attributing the experience of sight to other animals, so too is the experience of emotion a precondition to attributing emotion to non-human animals. In this way, the attribution of perceptual states is always anthropomorphic, and likewise, any knowledge that we can have of other animals is inherently anthropomorphic. Any assertion concerning the perception of other animals constitutes an anthropomorphic argument. Although, of course, some anthropomorphic arguments are sound and some are unsound, the point is that arguments concerning the perception of other animals are necessarily anthropomorphic in this way. That we can only understand the internal experience of other animals with reference to our own behavior. In other words, that all our knowledge of other animals' perceptions are anthropomorphic has various implications for the study of behavior. More specifically, the notion of anthropomorphism has important implications for the study of communication among non-human animals, especially if we have in mind sophisticated systems of communication among animals which are very dissimilar to our own. In the same way that the similarity of humans to other primates establishes the possibility of reasonably and rightly attributing emotional states to them, the dissimilarity of other species to humans could establish the impossibility of correctly attributing any perceptual state to them. This applies whether the perception to attribute is emotional, cognitive, or sensory. Moreover, if we stretch our imagination to its limit, we might conceive of perceptual categories, such as human emotion, that other animals have that we are entirely without. Such a situation would constitute a hard barrier, but this is highly speculative. Less speculative are the cognitive sensory and cognitive ancestry differences between humans and other animals, which can make the reasonable attribution and inference of non-human perceptions difficult. I'm now going to go over a few problems which this recognition of anthropomorphism poses for us. First, I will go over the issues it poses in potentially recognizing cognitively sophisticated systems of communication among non-human animals. Then I will address the problems it poses for the recognition of non-human sensory modalities. And finally, I will discuss the relationship between the cognitive and sensory sides of this issue of anthropomorphism. So human language appears incredibly diverse. Historically and presently, many lay observers have believed that there are substantial differences between human languages and human language groups. Recalling Chomsky's notion of universal grammar, however, we are compelled to regard every human language as merely an instance, almost a dialect of a single human language, which is universal to the species. Definitionally, language as we conceive it is human language. It is an oxymoron, therefore, to speak of non-human language in this context. We do not expect a non-human animal to speak human language. Conversely, we should not expect to be able to comprehend a highly sophisticated non-human system of communication. If human language is inextricably bound up with human cognition, inextricably bound up with human physiology, we should also expect that a highly sophisticated system of non-human communication would be similarly bounded to the cognitive apparatus of the animal. If we rightly regard human language as species-specific, and therefore rightly recognize that other animals shouldn't be able to completely speak or comprehend it, then why would we assume that we would be able to comprehend a highly sophisticated non-human system of communication? If even our human languages appear so incredibly diverse that, in the past, naive observers imagined human languages to be semantically dissimilar, then how much more alien and dissimilar must a non-human language appear were it present to us? Why would we comprehend it on a cognitive level if the reason that we comprehend human language is due to immutable aspects of our anatomy or cognition? More pressingly, if non-human language, and I use this speculative term loosely, were present to us, would we even recognize it as a sophisticated system of communication? Only relatively recently have we come to delineate the meaning of alarm calls among non-human primates and prairie dogs, which we formerly believed to be even simpler. And the calls which we have delineated are relatively rudimentary compared to human language, of course. How much less likely would we be to recognize the presence of a complex system of communication? Again, we should recall that other primates are similar to us, and therefore the potential of anthropomorphism to obscure reality among them is less severe than it is for animals that would be more dissimilar. Now we will turn away from the cognitive side of anthropomorphism to the sensory side. To be clear, a sensory modality here is a sense. Vision, audition, smell are examples of human sensory modalities. Already, we have discovered non-human sensory modalities, such as magnetoreception among birds, echolocation among bats and dolphins, and the perception of electric fields among many aquatic species, such as sharks. How did we do this? Thankfully, in ethological research, we are not quite as blind as the anatomist. We are blinded by anthropomorphism still, but unlike the anatomist, we can observe behavior in living beings. By observing behavior, we have been able to infer the presence of non-human sensory modalities. This is noteworthy. When we have discovered non-human sensory modalities, it has been via behavioral research rather than physiological investigation. In many avian species, we are aware of magnetoreception due to ingenious behavioral research. Although we have been aware of magnetoreception among many avian species for many decades, in 2020, we remain unaware of the physical mechanism which mediates it. Had we not been able to infer magnetoreception among birds via behavioral observation, then we would not be aware of it. Physiological research more frequently follows behavioral research than the other way around, where sensory modalities are concerned. This is important to make note of for one central reason. Inasmuch as we are able to attribute emotions to non-human animals to explain their behavior, we must first have some knowledge of those emotions to, for example, anthropomorphize other primates in this way. Likewise, to attribute a sensory modality to a non-human animal, we must first have some knowledge of that modality. Magnetoreception and electroreception, we only vaguely understand. We do not know what it is like. It is therefore difficult to think of the sensations which accompany these sensory modalities in any substantial way. We might imagine these sensory modalities with reference to our sense of touch, but of course, this is a highly metaphorical sort of anthropomorphization of other animals. Similarly, we understand echolocation with reference to vision. We speak of bats seen via sound. We possess both of the sensory modalities involved, but still we can only vaguely conceive of echolocation. The point here is not that we are like blind anatomists unable to infer the presence of non-human sensory modalities, but rather like highly sophisticated systems of communication that anthropomorphism prevents us from understanding and recognizing non-human sensory modalities. This presents a few discrete problems, which I will go through very briefly. If there exists a non-human sensory modality which is alien to all of our human modalities, would we discover it? Recalling that non-human sensory modalities are generally discovered by behavioral observation, to discover more non-human sensory modalities would be necessary for us to be able to infer them from behavioral observation. Recalling that inference from observation requires attribution, like the attribution of emotions, how difficult would it be for us to attribute an anthropomorphic sensory modality that is completely non-human, completely alien to us? Echolocation in bats we detected because they open their mouths when they fly as if to emit a sound, and we know what sound is. Electroreception in fish we became aware of in part due to the fact that some fish electrocute us when we touch them. We have always had tactual evidence that some fish have a special relationship to electricity. Magnetoreception among avian species we logically inferred based on the simple observation that they navigate very long distances. It is by the conveniently observable features of these non-human modalities that we became aware of them. How many more non-human sensory modalities are we unaware of?
You've got 5 minutes, David.
Okay, wrapping up. If communication is occurring via a non-human sensory modality, in other words, if the medium of communication is a non-human sense, how unlikely are we to recognize it? How likely are we to recognize it, let alone understand it? Recall again the communication that occurs via the anthropic modality of hearing within the frequencies that we can hear, we do not so readily recognize. Fairly recent discoveries concerning the alarm calls of some primates and prairie dogs are examples of comparatively obvious messages which took substantial effort to unveil. How much less likely are we to recognize non-human communication that occurs via other sensory media, not only those sensory modalities that are non-human, but outside of the human range of a sensory modality that we do in fact have. When we think of senses outside of our human range, we might think of dogs' superior sense of hearing or some insects' ability to distinguish between colors which appear identical to us, such that we are comparatively colorblind. What we might not as readily imagine is that many non-human animals attend to different aspects of the same stimuli that we perceive. Here, the cognitive and the sensory sides of anthropomorphism blend together. Psychological research has evidence that the visual perception of temporal continuity, like the perception of distinct objects in the visual field, are not capacities that are irrevocably wedded to perception. Rather, they are the result of the way in which stimuli are processed, such that some people with brain damage can see, but can't see continuity in movement, or they can see the world in front of them, but fail to make out the boundaries of objects within the world. Here we can begin to recognize the many ways in which human perception can deviate from the perception of non-human animals, and the deep inadequacy of the anthropomorphic imagination in the face of non-human perception. Whereas it is possible for an animal to lack a cognitive feature that accompanies human vision, likewise, it is possible that there are non-human features which accompany vision that are completely alien to us. More pressing than the question of whether we might be able to infer these non-human cognitive features from behavioral observation is a question of whether or not we can even begin to imagine them. In other words, whether or not we have the requisite knowledge based on our own perceptions to attribute these non-human sensory features to other animals. So to summarize in 4 parts. First, our imagination of other animals' perceptions is based on our own perception. The components of our perceptual world, such as emotions, sensory modalities, and cognitive phenomena, are what we can attribute to non-human animals. We cannot attribute emotions to non-human animals which we do not have. Our experience is the limit of our knowledge. We cannot simply imagine a non-human emotion into being. Similarly, much like the blind anatomist cannot derive knowledge of sight via dissection, we cannot acquire firsthand knowledge of what it is like to be a bat or what it is like to use echolocation from behavioral observation. We can, however, imagine in highly abstract and anthropomorphic terms non-human sensory modalities. The closer a sensory perception is to human perception, the less abstractly we are impelled to imagine it. Echolocation more readily admits anthropomorphization than the perception of electric fields due to its greater similarity to human sensory modalities, namely hearing and sight. Finally, the same problems which apply to the attribution of emotions and sensations to non-human animals apply to the attribution of cognitions. It is as likely that a non-human animal would comprehend the universal grammar characteristic of human language as that a human would comprehend a highly sophisticated system of non-human communication. When these cognitive and perceptual problems are compounded, our ability to even recognize a highly sophisticated system of non-human communication mediated by non-human sensory modalities is called into question. So thank you for your attention. I'm open for questions.
Thanks very much, David. We're slightly ahead of time, which was good because I'd allowed us to fall behind time. But immediately, and this is a good sign, there are already questions waiting for you. The first one is from Oscar Miyamoto, and then the second from Pauline.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting. So my question is, you just mentioned that our experience is limited. Sorry, our knowledge is limited by the capacities of our experience. If that's the case, science would not be able to infer a great deal of things. So why to deny the possibility of understanding aspects of the umwelt of other species? And perhaps not through direct perception, of course, but through a semiotic modeling of that perception. So my question is, parallelly, can you give an example of how to overcome anthropomorphism in interpreting animal behavior in their natural environment versus making interpretations of their behavior in the lab?
So I think to clarify, when I say that our understanding of other animals is anthropomorphic, I don't mean this is in, it's anthropomorphic as opposed to non-anthropomorphic, like there's 2 options. Rather, it's an epistemological situation that we find ourselves in. So I think a lot of people, like, for example, talking about the research, the primatological research for language, they say we're anthropomorphizing these non-human primates, trying to find language in them, etc. I'm not really talking about that, more of our epistemological status. And I think talking about natural science more broadly, what makes this problem special when we talk about non-human animals, as opposed to researching other physical phenomena, is that we're talking about the internal experience of another being. So we can extrapolate a lot of things about the world, obviously, from our perceptions that are rather limited. However, when we're talking about inferring the presence or absence of some emotion or some sensory modality, what we're talking about is not some phenomena that is available to us, but rather making a metaphor of something that is separate inherently from us. And we can recall Nagel's famous essay, "What is it like to be a bat?" You know, we don't know, we can't know. This is kind of a hard divide. For ethology, we can know something, certainly. But my point is that it's a metaphorical sort of something. And the question is how abstract or non-abstract this knowledge is. In the case of primates, for example, we have very non-abstract understanding, for example, of their emotions. In the case of an octopus, whatever understanding we could have, I would imagine, would be very, very abstract.
Thank you. Pauline, your hand went down. Do you still have a question?
Yeah. Is my mic on again?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. It's just because you saw me, so I was fine. It was a question remark because I think the distinction between us and our emotions and the emotion of the others are a bit more fuzzy than this. And I remember an example we gave in Moscow last year, and I think Yogi will remember this one because we talk about a lot about this. It was the example of compersion, which is an emotion that is quite present in the polyamorous communities, but it's an emotion that a lot of humans can't conceptualize or just conceptualize but can't feel when you are talking to them about this. So I think the difference between what we are feeling, what we can conceptualize, and what we can imagine the other can feel is a bit more complicated than just what we feel. And maybe it's also a cultural thing, what we can feel, and what the other can feel, we imagine they can feel. So I will be maybe a more optimistic. I think that we can conceptualize quite precisely something that seems strange for us, but maybe in other species we can also conceptualize these emotions, even if we can't feel it or we don't understand how other can feel it. It's something that is happening in our own species. So why not with the other species after all? No.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So I really actually appreciate that question a lot because actually in my abstract for this talk, I used the anthropological distinction between etic and imic knowledge, which for those that aren't familiar, in anthropology, there's been this turn to like acknowledging that others exist, other communities exist that are non-European, etc. And the terms etic and imic, what they refer to is imic knowledge is knowledge about the community from within the community. So for example, the community you were talking about, those people have imic knowledge of those special emotions. And we're, as people looking outside, maybe as anthropologists, we might have etic knowledge, but that's really different than imic knowledge, and actual knowledge firsthand. And I think, so when we're talking about, for example, understanding other people, what this distinction highlights is that oftentimes we don't understand. We really don't understand. But in the case of anthropology, because the subject is other humans, by studying, by trying to adapt the imic perspective, and Gertz, for example, did a lot of pioneering work on this, we can come to some understanding. If we go in the community and we take them at their own terms and hear what they have to say, then maybe we can begin to understand how they feel. See, the thing is, though, the difference between, for example, you know, some other human community and an octopus or a dolphin or a primate is that their whole emotional system, and also like their whole perception, we're talking about emotionally in terms of senses, cognitions, etc., is fundamentally different from ours. So there's no amount of explanation from them, and we're not going to get it from them, but that's not even the point. There's no amount of explanation which is going to allow me to know what like magnetoreception is, on a phenomenal level. And so the point here, and this is, I really want to emphasize a matter of degree of difference. I think this is really key, because with primates, I mean, I certainly believe that we can attribute emotions to them, like a lot of primatologists say, and it's because we're close to them. So we can see what they do, and we can infer what they're feeling from that, and we can attribute our emotions to them. But when an animal is much more distant from us, and maybe they don't even have emotions like anything like we have, or they have capacities, categories of perception like emotion, which are completely alien to us, which we have no immediate experience of whatsoever, then there's a bridge there, and it can't be crossed, except by metaphor at best. But the thing is that the metaphor breaks down the less adequate. You know, our perception can serve as a metaphor for this other thing.
Okay, David, thank you. We've got time for one more question. Now, Juan Mendoza said that that Pauline effectively asked his question for him, so that's good. Slightly different from the field of emotions, Uexküll asks this. I'd like to hear the answer to this. How do we prove that snails' vision, spiders' vision, and human vision have the same modality?
Well, I mean, okay, so this is, I really like this question. The thing is, and the issue with anthropomorphism, and again, I would go back to this essay of Nagel, because I would differentiate my argument from Nagel. I agree with Nagel, but what I'm saying is different here. Nagel would say, of course, that we can never know what a spider sees. We never know what it's like to be a spider. We never know what it's like to be a bat. We never know what it's like to be a dolphin, et cetera, et cetera. We never know what it's like to be any of these non-human species. And I agree with that, definitely. When I talk about anthropomorphism, and for example, projecting or saying attributing sight to a spider, attributing sight to some other primate, to a dolphin, whatever, is that we know what sight is, and we know how we act with sight, and we can see their sensory organs that are like our sensory organs, and we can see their behavior, and etc. And we can do behavioral experiments in a lab, and we can do, you know, observation, and it becomes clear, it becomes obvious that, for example, my dog can see, my cat can see, that, you know, primate can see, etc., or the spider can see. But the question of how do we actually get knowledge, like know for certain what they see, know for certain what it's like, we can't, going back to Nagel, but we can have, at best, again, of primates, a metaphorical knowledge. But it's just that this metaphorical knowledge, in other words, this extrapolation from our Umwelt, it breaks down the further away a non-human animal is from us, the more non-human it is.
Okay, David, thanks very much. I'm going to have to cut us off then. Many thanks for that that paper. We're still a little behind, but I just wanted to observe that you wait all day for one David to come along, and then suddenly two come along at once, because next we have David Suarez Pascal from Mexico, who is going to speak on biosemiotics and the evolution of scientific theories. Now, I wasn't finding you there, David Suarez. Oh, yes, you are. You're at the end. Sorry.
Yes.
Apologies.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Thank you very much. Are you hearing me?
No, it's breaking up a lot. Is it the same for everyone else as for me?
Yes, it's the
Yes.
same.
Yes. Have another try, David, and then see if it levels out a little bit.
Yeah, I think that I will try to quit my video off, and I will share my slides. Do you hear me now?
Much better.
Sounds good now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's my connection for sure. But okay, first of all, I want to thank you, the organizers, and this is my first time in the gatherings, and I am very excited and a bit nervous, but I will share my slide. I'm gonna talk to you about this, a relationship between evolutionary epistemology and biosemiotics that I have been researching lately. Let me share you my slides. indeed, I had planned to make some kind of augmented reality experience, but it was not possible, it seems. If you don't know evolutionary epistemology, are you seeing now my?
Yes. Yes, all fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Evolutionary epistemology is a research field which is frequently traced back to Donald Campbell, but also to Karl Popper, Konrad Lorenz, or even Otto Seltz. It is a field who is still being practiced for several researchers. For instance, you can see in this slide Nathalie Gontier, who is very active in this field currently, Franz Buchetitz, Gonzalo Munevar, and Michael Brady. Evolutionary epistemology regards relationships between organisms and their environment as knowledge related, in contrast to biosemiotics, which usually construe relationships between organisms and their surroundings as related to meaning. Indeed, Michael Brady introduced a distinction between two subfields in evolutionary epistemology. One of those fields is the evolution of epistemological mechanisms, and the other one is the evolutionary epistemology of theories. But the second field, the evolutionary epistemology of theories, has been criticized, for example, by the man who is in the left down corner, the bottom left corner, and who is Gerhard Vollmer, and also by several other authors like Paul Taggart, or for instance, Renzi and Napolitano recently. The critiques toward the evolutionary epistemology of theories has been because it poses this relationship, this analogy between organisms and theories and scientific theories, and it says that they in a way thinks that theories do not change in the same way that organisms, and they don't evolve in the same way. And Gerhard Vollmer thinks that talking about how theories change is not a biological issue. He rejects this analogy between organisms and theories, and Renzi and Napolitano focus on the normative a normative distinction. But the person that you see in the top left corner of the image is Petamons. He was very emphatic in pointing out this relationship between organisms and theories, and he says that organisms are theories, and theories are organisms, embodied or disembodied, but they are basically the same. However, in trying to explore this relationship, to improve this connection between theories and organisms, I have been researching this author, Norwood Russell Hanson. He was an American philosopher, very well known because of this thesis about observation being theory laden, and he was influenced by Wittgenstein and Peirce, but he influenced Kuhn and Van Freysen, for example. But he has frequently been misconstrued as stating that scientists intentionally clamp theories onto their observations, as if he was saying that scientists observe nature and then they interpret in some way. But he was, if one reads his book about patterns of discovery, one sees that he is arguing in the contrary way, against this position, against this separability between observation and interpretation, or perception and interpretation. And he defends two theses: the indispensability of theory ladenness and his picture theory of theory meaning. And I argue that both theses are semiotic in nature. I argue that he's not a social constructivist, he's not a relativist, he is more like a Persian cryptosemiotician. Hanson opposes the mechanical views on theory building and observation. The first thesis, the indispensability of theory ladenness in observation, he thinks that theory ladenness plays the ineliminable role of bridging icons and symbols. Let me show this to you. If you look into the picture, you see these lines, and this is iconic. He says it is pictorial, and he thinks that perception is essentially pictorial, but knowledge and science is essentially symbolic. When you put together these two elements, you can make sense of the picture. You see that there is a bear on the tree, but for Hanson, it is very different, both kinds of things.
You've got 5 minutes,
language,
David.
Okay, thank you. Language and symbols, theories. You can talk about things that exist, things that might exist, but also about nonsense or impossible things. For example, with using these symbols, I am expressing that the tree is on the beer, or that the beer and the tree are on nothing. So Hanson thinks that there must be some element which bridges this gap between icons and symbols, between perception and knowledge, and this is theory ladenness. For instance, when you see this picture, you don't know what it is. Is it a plane? Is it a donut? But if I say to you that it is a Mexican on a bicycle, everything organizes in your vision, and you see, and you instantly you have expectations about this perception. Hence, when you reconstruct this kind of points advanced by Hanson, you can find some kind of homology between the views of Hanson about perception and theory, and Jacob von Uexküll conception of organisms. In particular, I think that theory ladenness for Hanson indeed is it is better understood as physiological interpretation sensu von Uexküll. For instance, just to highlight this resemblance, this homology, I say in a stronger sense between Hanson's and von Uexküll's views. Both authors advance subject and meaning-centered accounts of the relationship between environments and organisms, or between reality and scientists. While this relationship is semiotic in nature, responds the way in which organisms or scientists respond to perception is related to the internal structure of organisms in the case of Uexküll, or from theory in the case of Hanson. In addition, both authors deploy non-adaptationist and no-representationalist accounts, which are based on a combination of freedom and necessity. In Hanson's view, you can see this kind of simultaneity about which Kalevi was talking the first day. Seeing us and seeing that are immediate. You can separate those aspects in Hanson's view. What kind of the kind of view of theories that Hanson advances is something in between pictures and symbols. He says that theories are more like maps, because if they were pictorial, if they were iconic like the photograph, they were useless to us. Hence, I make this connection between theories in Hanson's sense and von Uexküll view of organisms, and they are talking about the same kind of relationship. Hence, those organisms have theories about flight, for example, in this picture, and scientific theories work in the same way. They are like some kind of physiological extension to us. We literally see, literally feel, perceive more through theories, thanks to theories. if we focus on the evolutionary aspect of this conjunction between both views of organisms and theories, I think we need to evaluate, to modify some aspects of traditional evolutionary epistemology of theories. In particular, this biosemiotic and evolutionary account of scientific theories would discard mirroring, because it is much more important the action that the perception. Perception is of course important, but it is most important in terms of scientific and biological terms, that your actions are adequate to the environment. Also, instead of adaptation, the kind of relationship between organisms or theories and reality would be not so much as posing that every element of an organism or a theory corresponds to something in the reality, but only some aspects, some correspondence. This is the Einpassung, and we need to focus much more in scientific, in the scientific area or domain, in creativity. As a last comment about some things that have been discussed here, I think that if biosemiotics is a theory of, is it a perspective? I think that of course it is a scientific theory. Indeed, from Uexküll, it was the way in which we can study biological subjectivity. But biosemiotics in particular is also there where subjectivity takes or should take a primary role. I hope it has been more or less clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions because we have to move on. And I'd like to bring on Leo, who is carrying over his poster presentation. Leo, you've got 5 minutes to present your poster. Hi, David, can you stop sharing screen now, please?
Yeah, I'm trying, sorry.
Okay, so Leo Kennedy. He was on screen a minute or two ago.
He was having some problems with his internet connection, so let's give him a second.
Yeah, I could see him. I'll see his name anyway. Any questions for David in the meantime while we're waiting for Leo to come on? I didn't see any in the chat. Okay, so while we're waiting for Leo, Leo will be giving a 5-minute presentation. Claudio, do you think that that we should have a slightly shorter break or no break, go straight into closing statement, or the original size of break?
Yeah, I think we can just skip the break and go to the closing statement so that we can also have the meeting of the editorial board. I think I saw a question too by Henrik, I think.
Is it in chat or have you got your hand up, Henrik?
I wanted to ask David whether whether David Hall's work has any relevance to this. I was thinking about his book Science as a Process from the 1980s.
Hi, Henrik. Yes, yeah. David Hall is one of the philosophers who defends this evolutionary view of scientific theories. The only aspect that I am trying to correct is that in most of the views about the evolutionary epistemology of theories, they were extremely adaptationist, extremely Darwinist, and I think that they are based on analogy and some kind of analogy between, but not so much between theories and organisms, but they are based on natural selection. They think that natural selection is the key for the evolution of organisms, but also of culture, of science, of everything. And they don't get too much into the relationships between knowledge or mind and biology.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Leo, are you now on board?
Welcome.
Did you wish to share screen? Claudio, I think perhaps we give it another minute. Most people are tired, and if Leo can't come in, then we just proceed.
Sounds good. There's a question by Calvi, though.
Yes, Calvi.
Oh, yeah, just a little comment about the last presentation. Evolutionary epistemology has been developed as a deeply neo-Darwinian approach to evolution and knowledge. And I think your approach using this Uexküllian examples and approach is really very much appreciated here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Camilla.
Okay, Claudio, I think we should go to the closing statement now.
Yeah, I think, well, too bad about Leo, but you can check his paper on the posters section of our website. So even if we don't get to hear from him, we can still read his paper. So I think we've reached the point where we have to say goodbye. This has been the first time we held the gatherings online, and well, it was very interesting. It was so full of really good presentations. I'm surprised we had also a really great turnout, and I'm just really happy how everything went. First, I'd like to maybe ask Calvi if he has some words to say.
Thank you. I, together with Don Favreau, have had the luck to attend all 20 gatherings. And so you may believe that we both have very deep empathy about how these gatherings are going on, how biosemiotics is developing. And here just two little things to say. First, I could really see from yesterday's day before that, these based on all these talks and discussions, that biosemiotics is indeed progressing. We have a more understanding between each other, and here are clearly well, deep and interesting talks to learn from each even. So, and the second thing is that very important symptom for any field is a symptom of quality is whether it attracts talented people. And here, indeed, I can see many talented and new in our community people who all want to learn from each other. So I'm really happy of this. I learned quite a bit and will read more on the basis of these talks and re-watch several of them. And then many thanks to Claudio, to Ludmilla, and all the colleagues for so beautiful, so well-organized event. They did very good, very big work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I personally would like to thank the people from our department, Lukas, Dan, Ludmilla, of course, who have had like faith to bring this event forward as a department. I also want to thank our students who helped, Barborana Yanachkova and Pavel Baranek, who really were instrumental in getting everything out. And also, I'm so happy that so many people decided to show their papers here. Right now, I think maybe it's Ludmilla, maybe you can make some announcements.
Yeah, thank you, Claudio. So thank once again everyone for your participation. All merits go to Claudio and of course the rest of our colleagues already mentioned and our master students. The announcement I want to make is about our journal already mentioned on linguistic frontiers. You are all welcome to submit the paper. The next issue in preparation is the one edited by Pauline Delahaye on the Semiotics. And I also have another announcement about a special issue for the Journal of Biosemiotics that I am editing with Dan Faltinek. And I would like him to ask more about this special issue if he's here with us. Are you there, Dan?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks to editors, we have the opportunity to prepare issue about discussion between quantitative and qualitative methods. So if you think that numbers and life are not friends, you should write an article and send it to us. And if you think that quantitative methods are useful in biosemiotics, we would like to have your articles.
Thank you, Dan. Yogi, please go ahead.
Sure, I want to just echo, I'm seeing in the comments, everybody's so happy that we got to stream it, flawlessly. Thank you guys so much for this great conference, to everybody at Olomouc, and I hope next year when we do it in person, according to the comments, that we can also, live stream it and also have this archive, right? We're building up a way for people to come into biosemiotics in a more accessible way, even though we're talking at very sort of high levels, often on different subjects. As one of the incoming editors-in-chief of the Journal of Biosemiotics, I wanted to invite you all to submit your best papers to the Journal of Biosemiotics. It's the sort of official organ of the International Society of Biosemiotic Studies, and we're always looking for interesting papers that come out of these gatherings. While we receive submissions worldwide, it's really this community of scholars here, gathered here, participating, asking questions, hearing the all the different you could say facets of our discipline. So it's you that we draw upon to advance the field and to hopefully create sort of new sort of meta-consensus on where we are, where we're going, our past, and how we can integrate better across the sciences and humanities.
Thank you, Yogi. I also want to announce the Third World Congress of Transdisciplinarity. Marisol Cardenas asked me to announce that. I will post the link on the chat so that you can check it out. They will receive presentations in multiple languages: Spanish, French, English, and Portuguese. So if you're interested, just check the link. I would also like to announce that Juan Coca and I will be editing a couple of books, hopefully from some papers here. The first one will be on approaches to biosemiotics, which will be published by the University of Valladolid. So look forward to that too, and we'll make more announcements publicly for those things. Also, as you know, our department here in Olomouc has its own journal, Linguistic Frontiers. As Ludmila announced, there will be a special issue, but I encourage you also to send us papers, even if it doesn't fit into a special issue. We're always welcoming those papers, and you can check the previous issues of our journal on the website that we set for the conference. There's a link there. So with that, I think we can finally say goodbye to everyone. But I want to retrospectively thank all of the organizers of previous conferences, because after organizing this one, I can tell how much work goes into that. And so thank you all for your previous gatherings, Yogi, Paul, Alexei, Kalavi, and all of you. It's a lot of work, and I'm so thankful that you did it before. And I'm thankful that in the future, I won't have to do it all the time. But I'm also very excited to welcome you next year in Olomouc, and I hope that we will all get together in person here, because even if this has been such a useful way to exchange ideas with the chat and everything, nothing can replace human interaction in person. So I hope that next year you're all here so that we can have this big, warm meeting, this gatherings in person, enjoying the summer in the Czech Republic. So that's about it for me. And I think that we can conclude our 20th gatherings in biosemiotics. And once again, thank you all. I'm so happy to have been your host here together with Ludmila and Dan and Lukas. And I hope to see you next year here in Olomouc. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I